not sure I understand what you said.
You wear a long sleeve shirt? No, I did not. Okay.
You guys ready? My computer says so.
Yep. Hello, party people. Welcome to the Monday, October 11th City Council meeting. My friends call October Funtober, so welcome to the Funtober City Council meeting.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Voice of God. The meeting is now recording. So, first up on our agenda tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember James.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Here.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Here.
Councilmember Polika.
Here.
And Mayor Piana.
Here. Next up on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. What is the pleasure of City Council this evening?
Mayor, I would like to move 7D to the regular agenda.
That is 7D as in dog. Correct. Not B as in boy. 7D move to the regular agenda item. And 7D will become 8C.
Second.
Moved by Mikulski, seconded by James. Madam Clerk?
Nope. Mayor, I'm sorry, I would like to have 7B, as in boy, moved to presentations to become 5E.
I'll second that as well.
Okay, so 5B, or 7B as in boy is becoming 5E. There's a motion on the floor, supported. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. All right, next up is electronic meeting procedures, which is the same as it ever was for the last few months. We are still doing hybrid public comment meetings with council in the chambers until the end of the year. And I will review public comment procedures once we get to that item. All right, next up is presentations. And our first presentation tonight is 5A, is resolution honoring the public service of Detective Brendan Moore, who is retiring. Who is introducing this item?
Through the chair, Chief Emmy, are you available and presented? Virtually.
Are they doing this virtually? We'll get back to that one. Moving on to 5B. All right, announcement of Firefighter Matthew Nutt's promotion to Sergeant, which is clearly present in the room with us. Welcome, Chief, to the dais.
So good evening, everybody. I'm going to have Kyle promote virtually. Firefighter Nutt, well, Sergeant Nutt now is attending virtually. Is he on?
Yes, Chief.
All right, welcome. So Ferndale Fire Department is here with me tonight. You guys are welcome to come forward. So tonight, I would like to announce that Firefighter Nutt has been with Ferndale Fire Department for 4 years now, correct, Matt?
Yep, just over
Okay,
5.
I want to make sure I'm correct. And he tested it. In the testing process, he showed that he truly cared, put in the time, worked really hard to prepare himself for the sergeant rank. He tested really well, did a great job. Since I announced to him his promotion, he has really taken initiative to learn the job, really shows that he cares about this community, about performing his role as a sergeant on this fire department, and I expect him to do very well. He's learning every day, really diving in and working hard, so he's going to be a great asset at the officer rank at our fire department. So, Sergeant Nutt, congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you, Chief.
I'll put you on the spot. Is there anything you want to say before we kick you off the camera?
No, sounds good. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you, Mayor Piana. Thank you, Council. I'm really looking forward to this new opportunity and what the next chapter holds.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you very much. So before I turn over the mic, I do want to say on Friday we held our Fire Ops 101, and we basically we allow 2 people from our community, our elected officials or key people, step in and experience what it is like to be a firefighter. This year, Councilwoman Mikulski and HR Director Dan J.C. participated in that, and I want to say we greatly appreciate the support of you guys and for you guys to take your time out of your day to come and do that, and support the city as your participation every year in that. So with that, we would like to present you with your helmet and your name badge from that event. See, yours is here, and I'll go ahead and bring that to your office for you. So they got to work hard. They put out, they got to experience a house fire simulated, a car fire, hazmat, EMS, extrication where they cut a car apart. So they really worked hard for 8 hours. So we appreciate you guys for stepping into our shoes for a day. And for Councilwoman or HR Director JC, I guess it's your guys' floor if you want to say anything. Otherwise, I'm done. Appreciate it.
I would like to say thank you very much, if you guys can all hear me. It was an absolutely amazing experience. I am even more thankful and grateful for the job these professionals do every single day. I was exhausted the next day. I really can't even tell you how much the experience meant to me. It was great.
I would echo all of those sentiments. I'm still sore right up in here. So again, I appreciate everything that you do. Thank you for having me out there.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, everyone. All right, we're moving on to 5C, which is the update on the 8 Mile Woodward Avenue intersection project, and I believe our CED Director, Jordan Twardy, is presenting this via Zoom.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I am ready to roll. I did, unless I apologize if I misheard, are we skipping the beautification awards?
It has been removed off of the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So I am ready to roll. I have a few folks who are listening in as well. We have representation from the city of Detroit, from several human services providers that are on with us tonight this evening. So if there are questions from council or members of the public, we have folks on hand that I can help Kyle direct traffic and plug in. So I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that while I buy myself some time to share my screen. So I will get my presentation up here. Bear with me one moment. I apologize. Okay, would someone be able to acknowledge and just make sure that they see the 8 Mile Woodward project presentation?
Correct.
Awesome, it's great when that actually works. So please feel free to interrupt me, Council, if you have any questions while I run through this. But I am going to go ahead and get this darn thing going. All right, that circle was spinning for an awfully long time. So here we go. Good evening, everybody. I'm very pleased to be able to deliver this project update on an effort that spans several years and has been very intense over the last 2 years of weekly meetings between folks from Detroit, folks from Ferndale, human service providers, several community meetings, and dare I say, the partridge in a pear tree. So moving through, I'm going to go ahead and just recap for anybody who's new to this conversation, the project goals. What were we doing this for? What were we meeting about? What were we trying to achieve? I'm going to give current status on the 2 main pillars of this project that have been main pillars from day one, which is human services support for the individuals that rely on this intersection, both for temporary shelter and for source of income through panhandling, but also current status on the desired physical improvements. Multiple residents on both sides of 8 Mile Road have asked the cities to intervene to improve the physical conditions, the maintenance of this area. And then I'm going to close with next steps and a timeline for completion. So just kind of recap that. And then, of course, I'll take questions. And also, if any of my colleagues who have joined from Detroit or the Human Services team would like to speak, they know how to get a hold of me through my phone, through Teams, and I will happily plug them in as we go. So again, project goals recap, and I apologize for that green. I'm sure on the screens at home that's not great. But I'm going to talk project goals. If you look on the right, I will try not to read every word there, but these 3 goals are really focused on, again, making that intersection safe, healthy, and welcoming to everybody through improving it in ways that are not hostile to the individuals that rely on that intersection. So we were trying to avoid hostile design, we're trying to be inclusive, we're trying to be accessible, we're trying to be welcoming, and also celebrate this place as an intersection of Detroit and Ferndale. So we're trying to achieve a lot there on the physical side. We are also equally important, with equal, I would dare say more so, energy, facilitating lasting assistance. So this one I am going to read because I believe it merits it. Facilitate lasting assistance for the persons experiencing chronic homelessness and other challenges, emphasizing case-by-case support and access to permanent supportive housing. So what does that mean? And I'll talk about this a little bit more as we go in, but we're talking dedicated case managers who are focused on helping these individuals articulate and identify their needs from their perspective, and then give them service referrals. So connect them to resources, whether it's getting a driver's license, whether it's getting shelter, with, of course, a goal of permanent supportive housing, but meeting them where they are, in their own words, from their own perspective, and helping them navigate the existing network of service providers and filling gaps where those providers can't help. So that's really what's packed into that second bullet. And then on the third side, for both of these, the physical improvements and the human services, provide a lasting structure for consistent service across all these agencies. One of the reasons that the status quo has persisted for so long is you've got multiple governments at multiple levels, several human service providers, jurisdictional issues, legal issues, and limited resources, as always. So navigating that and putting things in agreements and identifying who's responsible for what, how are we going to fund these things, and how do we keep them going as staff change, as people change, as organizational priorities change. That's what that third bullet's all about, is putting it on paper, as silly as that sounds, putting it on paper, getting all the parties to agree to it, and having that be the structure that carries forward after all the attention on this effort is gone, so that we become a routine in getting this stuff going. So what progress have we made in the last year and a half? That's all kind of blurred together. Here are a few. So these I'll kind of highlight. Consistent engagement with those individuals. I'm proud and pleased to say that the resources that Detroit has helped us bring to bear on this has allowed us to look at not just 8 and Woodward, even though that is the focus of this project. There's been a recognition for a long time that the individuals being served not only use this intersection, but they're at 8 and 75, they're at 8 and John R., and they're at 8 and DeQuinder. And that's just a few on 8 Mile in this area. So we're at approximately 3 dozen individuals total that are being engaged, 9 of which are exclusive to 8 and Woodward. So you'll see some data points I talk about a little later, and they're focused on 8 and Woodward, the population there, okay? So just keep that in mind as we go. We've got expedited permit approval from MDOT, Mayor Piana, City Council, County Executive Coulter, County Executive Evans in Wayne County, the Mayor of Detroit, all pushed very hard to work with the state and have them help us prioritize this project. MDOT is a huge agency. I believe if you look at 8 Mile Road from from I-94 to 275, there's about 5 divisions of MDOT that touch this road. And all of the elected officials in this area helped work with the state to prioritize this project, to streamline this process so that we didn't have to wait years to get something through that agency. And to their credit, they have worked with us, and I'll be talking about one of those permits. It's actually on the consent agenda that has been expedited for us to get the mural going so that we can start doing some of these tangible improvements. We've secured over $237,000 in funds, 112 of which is for human services, 112,000 that is, and 125,000 for intersection improvements. I'll talk about a little bit of that on the coming slides. We've secured MDOT approval for the mural installation. We've reached official agreements to ensure consistent bi-weekly as-needed cleanups at the intersection. So Detroit's going to be doing, I'll talk about this in a little bit, Detroit's going to be doing some cleanups. Ferndale now has the authority to clean both sides of the road, and I'll be talking about how we're going to do that soon. And we're also working on a permit for new lighting, sidewalk enhancements, and other amenities that are under MDOT review that are also being expedited. So that's just the project goals recap. The project partners, I do want to give a shout out, and I've mentioned that there's several partners at the table here. There's, of course, the cities of Detroit and Ferndale. I've been working as the staff liaison for the city of Detroit. We have several staff on the for the city of Ferndale, I apologize. There are several staff on the city of Detroit side in their planning department, the Department of Neighborhoods, which is tied to the mayor's office, as well as the Housing Revitalization Department. So folks who are dedicated to human services, folks who are dedicated to neighborhood service delivery, whether that's cleanups or customer service or anything else, and then of course planning and land use and permitting. So we have all of those teams at the table for the cities. And our job has been to grind this forward, working through one issue at a time and keeping our eye on the ball in terms of those project priorities. You, of course, have MDOT, who's given us an incredible amount of intention and priority in meeting with us on a regular basis and moving the paper through the process, if you will. They have primary jurisdiction. This is an intersection they wholly own. There's 2 of their roads that come together. They have to approve everything that happens. And they've been giving us their support on permitting. Big shout out, of course, to Motor City Mitten Mission. This grassroots organization, and Gail Marlowe is on with us as well, is the primary case management provider. Motor City Mitten Mission was chosen in a public process that Detroit led to award a contract for human services support on this project because of the public input, because of the understanding from the community that this organization, unlike any other, has a connection, a familiarity, and a trust with the individuals being served. And that was hugely important to all of us. And so we're very proud to have them with us. And we've been really trying to follow their guidance in terms of how we build out this program. Continuum of care. So that is a phrase that stands for the network of providers that provide all sorts of things from housing, counseling, substance abuse, any kind of human service you might think of. This network provides it. And the Alliance for Housing is an organization on the Oakland County side of 8 Mile that coordinates their side. And then Hand Detroit coordinates it on the Detroit side. So those 2 organizations are like your point persons, if you will, in this network. And they help, if there's a service to be provided, they're the ones that help navigate so that you don't have organizations sort of on top of each other and in each other's way. So it's sort of like directing traffic and ensuring consistency and access to service. We also have Community Housing Network, who has been a huge part of the street outreach as well, going out there at least every other week. So those groups that I just named, they're all about street outreach, housing support, all those services. So they're the ones meeting with the individuals at the intersection because these are folks who are trained in that, who have experience in that, and they understand how to engage folks with empathy and also with a mind and with an eye to the available services based on the conditions that they're seeing with these individuals. The People of Detroit LLC, that is the firm, the design team that was chosen also through a public process. They're the vendor that has helped us come up with the mural design. They're helping us find the vendors for all the physical improvements, and they're helping us coordinate the installation of those improvements under the permit with MDOT. So they've been a huge part of this as well. And of course, the 8 Mile Boulevard Association, which is a consortium of governments and businesses along 8 Mile Road. And their main role has been helping with project administration and fundraising. So they've helped us, along with Councilman McAllister in Detroit, to raise a little over $25,000 for this project. So they've been a big part as well. Current status and progress updates. Again, apologies for these green transition slides. They won't be on future presentations. Human services, starting out with case managers and support. So a lot of work has been achieved here. So there's 2 things that I want to focus on here. One is Hand Up Detroit, which is a near-term support vehicle. And I'll explain what that government-y phrase means in a moment. And then needs assessment and service referrals, which I kind of talked a little bit about in the previous slide. So the first thing, though, I mentioned that one of our goals with these individuals is to help them thrive in ways that aren't just about meeting today's needs. You know, finding permanent supportive housing, helping them work through whatever challenges that they have so that they can thrive as individuals. But while you're doing that, this is something I've said before, you don't just flip a switch and somebody's, you know, quote unquote, okay. It's not a straight line. This is a human being that you're dealing with. So there's a process to that, and there's got to be some patience and there's got to be some flexibility. What Hand Up Detroit is all about, and this is part of Ferndale is funding $5,000 toward this, but we've raised a little over $12,000 so far. Hand Up Detroit is essentially, and I'm being crass, but it's a GoFundMe for these individuals. And what this does, it allows them to tell their story. There's a hub for them online, members of the public who have already donated, but can support these individuals directly through Hand Up. And then what Hand Up does is it provides those resources for flexible needs. It could be That day's lunch, it could be your driver's license, it could be a jacket, it could be anything that you need on your quest as an individual trying to bring stability, alternative sources of income, whatever these folks are, whatever mountain they're trying to climb. Hand Up is meant to be flexible dollars that can help get them there. So we're very pleased about the partnership with Lighthouse of Oakland County, which coordinates Hand Up. And we're very, very excited about working through this vehicle. So that vehicle is live, and before the end of the year, we're going to be showing, we're going to be sort of doing, for lack of a better word, advertisement about it so that folks can plug in. The project page is going to have links where you can come and donate. Those are coming in the next few days, but that is up and has been collecting money. Ferndale has given $5,000. The DTE Foundation is giving $5,000, and the members of the public have given a little over $2,000. So we're very excited about that, and we've really not been doing robust promotion yet because we've still been putting the pieces together. So we're very excited about where it is now. And this is something that we expect to live beyond the installation of improvements and sort of regular presentations on this project. This is something that we wanted. This is one of those lasting pieces that we expect to continue. And we hope it'll be replicable. And I'll talk about that in a moment as well. On the needs assessment and service referral side, while we've got Hand Up rolling and working through Motor City Mint and Mission to give these dollars out to these individuals as they need them, needs assessment and service referrals. We're constantly working with these individuals through the human services team to put them on a path to resiliency and self-sufficiency at a pace that they are ready. Okay, and so you can see a couple of the highlights that we've had in this journey so far. And again, this is just about 8 in Woodward, these stats here. We can give additional details. We're working with the human service providers on the other areas, but we expect to roll those out over the coming weeks and months. So far, one individual has secured housing after relying on this intersection for 5 years. One is in the process of getting housing with special needs support. 3 people are actively seeking housing. And what we found, the main challenges, which might not be earth-shattering revelations, but affordable housing, issues with, we can give somebody a voucher, but that voucher doesn't get you high enough toward what rents are these days. So we're looking at other solutions to kind of boost that and fill that gap, as well as vital documentation. You can't participate in assistance programs if you don't have a cell phone, a stable phone number that you can call somebody back and they can call you or shoot a text or connect with a case manager. You can't fill out paperwork if you don't have identification. So we're working to fast track identification and all those what I would call superficial yet important barriers to real service. So we're trying to fast track solutions there. So we've made a lot of really good progress so far, thanks to the human service providers that we have. The physical improvements, routine maintenance. Very pleased about this one. One of the main flaws in the status quo is that there was no single agency that could handle this entire intersection. What we can say now is that is no longer the case. So we have an agreement in place where Ferndale Public Works is now the sole agency that has the authority to clean both sides. MDOT has a lot of rules that are tied to that. I won't bore you all with that, but I will say that we are just thrilled that we have that in place, and MDOT worked with us hand in hand. Part of that is that we have to coordinate with Detroit. We have to acknowledge that that's not our city. And so we're working together. Detroit will be working with us in the background. We have protocols in place as well to notify and coordinate with human service providers and individuals at the intersection to avoid harm and facilitate support while we maintain healthy boundaries and we clean things to make sure there's not unhealthy accumulations of debris, human waste, litter, or anything else that would be hazardous to people either being at that intersection or moving through it. So we have those protocols in place, and we have that agreement. And what we're going to be doing to make this streamlined is there's been a lot of cooks in the kitchen on this in terms of the government side, in terms of agencies that have responded to complaints when they've come in, human service providers out there trying to do their thing. What we're going to do to streamline this is both cities happen to use See-Click-Fix. Detroit brands theirs Improve Detroit. We tried to brand ours, but our folks just preferred the name See-Click-Fix. So long story short, we both use the same app. By the end of the year, residents in either Detroit or Ferndale will be able to report an issue at this intersection. It'll be routed to Ferndale DPW, and we will handle it. With Detroit helping us in the background, under MDOT's guidance, within all those protocols, providing notice, making sure the human service providers know what's happening, make sure the individuals know what's happening, building a routine that people can build expectations around. We'll also be providing training to all relevant staff at both of our cities so that if they get a random complaint from somebody, nobody veers from this process. And the biggest piece on that is making sure that the human service providers are notified. So we're trying to keep things clean, not hostile. So that's a big part of that is communication and working together. So we have the agreement now in place, and we're going to be putting the training out, and we're going to give the public the tools to report these concerns in a very streamlined way. We're very excited about that. So that's something that we're looking to polish off by the end of the year, though the agreements are in place, and you'll start to see the cleanups happening with more regularity. But know that that work is happening in the background, all of that communication. The mural. So this is another piece of the physical improvements. I am pleased and appreciative to say that MDOT has approved the mural, which was designed with public input. You can see a snapshot there of what it looks like at night. MDOT has approved the mural, and we are now going to be executing that project if City Council approves the consent agenda item, that MDOT contract. So we have ordered paint materials and mobilized an artist to do this. We rented a scissor lift. We have all the equipment. Our DPW is helping us coordinate. We're going to be working together to remove the existing historical photos. My understanding is those are to be stored and potentially used at the new transit center at the State Fairgrounds in Detroit, which I think is a fitting use of those photos. We talked with MDOT about that in terms of opportunities to use that. We took some public feedback on where they could go, and that's where they landed. So we're going to be mobilizing pretty rapidly because even though we knew we were getting expedited service, we got the contract from MDOT this past week. So it was a lot faster than any of us really even anticipated. So we are mobilizing. The human service providers already knew about that going well before tonight, and we were just thrilled to be able to share that with you today. The mural, if all goes well and the weather doesn't shift on us, will be starting by October 17th, and we're expecting that to take no longer than a month. And what we'll do is we'll be leaving at least 6 feet clear, unobstructed on the sidewalk so that folks can traverse through there while the mural is happening. We're going to cone it off, have signage up, just so people are aware of what's happening, and we'll only be doing one side at a time. We won't be interrupting traffic, we won't be interrupting pedestrian flow or anything else, but we'll be securing an area so that the artist can paint. Excuse me. Next steps on that. So we provided all that notification. The human services providers are going to be posting on the site. So in case anybody missed the direct outreach, there will literally be signage there that folks can see that, hey, this is coming. Ferndale DPW, thank you, Dan, and your team are going to be, after the area has been posted, are going to be cleaning the intersection, power washing the walls, getting it ready to be painted, and then the existing photographs will be removed and stored. So the mural, we're really excited. And again, that's all dependent on council's action tonight, but we have put all the pieces in place. Given the timing and with Michigan weather, we wanted to be ready to move if council does approve it. So that's, but it is, of course, dependent on council's action. Another piece of physical improvements. So all of these improvements that are being brought here are a manifestation of the public input we received at it was 3 community meetings we had, I believe the number was, I apologize, over a year and a half. Several hundred people participated in those. We got comments via email. What we strive to do here is set a healthy boundary in this space that ensured that even if people are panhandling here, if they rely on this intersection for a source of income, if they're trying to get out of the rain or the elements, people can still move through here safely and equitably and in a way that is aesthetically pleasing. So that is admittedly a tightrope to walk. We believe we have done that. And so what you see here in this photo is a perspective shot. And so it's not going to look exactly like this. I mean, it's you know, every virtual rendering is always slightly off. But what you see here is those bubbles essentially will be cast stone bubbles that are essentially meant to be the art coming to life. They are meant to deter the accumulation of large piles of litter and debris. But what you'll notice is, well, you might not notice this intuitively on the drawing because it's not written on there, but there's 8 feet between the bubbles for the entire length of that of that underpass. And this is both sides. And the reason for that is we wanted it to be an accessible space that people can navigate through comfortably without feeling constricted. What you see on that rendering, it looks, from my screen, it looks almost a light pale green. That is a tactile paint that is actually the same that we use for our bike lanes. It's a textured paint that doesn't change the grade. And what we're going to do in there, and that is going to be 6 feet wide. And that's going to actually go beyond the underpass. It'll go to the crest of the intersection. And the reason for that is we wanted to make sure if you had a visual impairment or other challenge that This is not a run-of-the-mill configuration for a pathway. So we wanted to make sure that it was very easy to tell, no matter how you come at this intersection, where the path starts, where the path ends. We don't want anybody accidentally walking into a bump or worse yet, walking into the street. So we've put this in a very safe way. We're working under MDOT's guidance. This is one of the elements that's still under final technical review, but we wanted folks to see this rendering because folks at these community meetings asked us to strike this balance. They wanted a better designed intersection that was more safe, pleasing, and welcoming. And we believe we've done that here. And you'll see that the sidewalk and the lights, and you can see on the mural here that we are trying to get creative, and we wanted those batons that are in the mural to be lit as well, but there will also be lighting mounted on the ceiling, if you will, of the underpass. And so MDOT is currently reviewing that. We expect the approval for both of those elements by the end of 2021. Human service work will continue during all of this work and up until its installation and beyond. On the plaque side, we also wanted to finalize the design for a commemorative plaque that'll go near the existing state of Michigan historic marker on the Ferndale side. We saw this as a really cool opportunity. It was an item that came up both from the community and the steering committee to say, hey, let's have a way for people to continue to get involved. And so the project page for this effort is going to morph. When all this stuff is installed, it's really going to be truncated, and you're going to have a quick shout out to the history and what's happened. And then you'll have, here's how you can get involved and help the individuals that we're trying to serve here. Here's what we try to do to help individuals with chronic homelessness and challenges, and here's how you can get involved. Here's the history of this intersection, the history of the site. So it'll be a fun place where you can kind of get engaged and get some information. And we're going to be continuing to consult with community members and other organizations for this project, which we expect in the spring. So that's a little bit on the physical improvements. Next steps and timeline. So project sustainability. Now I mentioned the project page. So while we're getting all this stuff installed and we're mobilizing, I'm personally going to be consistently updating the project page with new information as it becomes available. I'm going to be working with our teams on a daily basis to make sure communication is happening. But if you go to that project page, which its fun link is right there under that second bullet, and there's a screenshot of it, you'll be able to see anything that's happening. You can definitely plug in with us and engage with us, submit comments, questions, etc. We're going to be continuing to fundraise to bring more resources to the human services work and the area beautification over time. The 8 Mile Boulevard Association has been around since 1993. We don't anticipate them going anywhere anytime soon, and they're going to be helping us fundraise and maintain some engagement on that human services. And we've had several cities along 8 Mile that want to replicate this work, and we've been very, very intentional on making sure that if they're going to replicate the work, they're going to replicate the values. So we really want to help fundraise for that. So the interest in providing support for human services, we want that to spread across the corridor and perhaps other intersections throughout our member communities like Ferndale. And then, of course, maintain the coordination among the agencies. So that's some of the stuff that's going to continue. And here's our timeline. So just to kind of bring things up to recap. So before the 17th, before that mural happens, and I recognize it's a very tight timeline, but coordinating with our partners in Detroit, their community, they're very interested in having another meeting to talk about the physical improvements timeline. So I know in a lot of our community meetings, the human services element, which I wanted to emphasize tonight, there's a lot of folks that wanted to hear about that, but also wanted to hear about the physical improvements. And we want to make sure we can dive deep into that and set expectations for, hey, a mural's going up, the other stuff is following, here's what we're doing, when we're doing it, and why we're doing it. So please stay tuned for details on that meeting. That'll be coming in the next several days. It'll be a virtual meeting, and it'll just be a report out on what to expect for construction. Then the 17th. By the end of October, we anticipate, as long as Michigan weather cooperates, excuse me, we will complete the mural installation. By the end of the year, we're building out a human services, what I call a continuity structure. And what we mean by that is a formalized task force structure that helps, it essentially formalize the pipeline. Hey, if there's area A that's just like 8 and Woodward and has folks that need some help, here's how you engage with the continuum of care, all those nonprofits. Here's how much money it costs. Here's how you can fundraise for it. And here's step 1 to 10, getting it done. So we're packaging up the work that we've done here, and we're putting that into a rubric that other cities can use, other organizations can use. And so we expect to have that completed, at least in draft form, by the end of the year. Spring 2022, we'll have all the remaining physical improvements installed. Like I mentioned, we anticipate that permit coming up by the end of this year. We already have vendors identified. We've been working with them on delivery dates. I mean, obviously COVID has created some really fun and stressful supply chain issues, but we've been working through those to make sure that we can finish this stuff by the spring. And then ongoing, again, human services coordination and routine maintenance of the intersection. I also am very pleased to report that we've identified, well, I should say the city of Detroit has identified a funding source to continue the human services work, and they're currently finalizing the details of that. So one of our big priorities was to make sure that these efforts did not die out when this project was done. So we're very pleased to say that they won't. And so we're going to be continuing that coordination. Our goal is once this stuff is installed, now that we have these agreements in place, is that this just becomes routine. If there are folks there that need help, we're going to help them. We're going to help them connect to services. We're going to engage with them. We're going to work with the nonprofits and make sure they have the resources they need. And if the area gets dirty and needs a cleanup, we're going to communicate with everybody involved and we're going to clean it up. We're going to make this routine instead of the status quo, which was, because of all the jurisdictional issues, a very disjointed and inconsistent process. So this project, these regular updates may stop, but this work will very much continue. And with that, that's it. I want to give a quick plug. If folks have comments, feedback, suggestions, concerns, anything under the sun related to this effort, please email operations@8mile.org. Normally on these presentations, you'd see my info there. The reason I'm asking folks to go to operations is so that we make sure nothing gets missed, and that the 8 Mile Boulevard Association staff and team can help connect and make sure that there's a response and make sure that it gets folded in. It's just a quality assurance situation. We want to make sure that your stuff is heard and seen and acted on. So that's why we have that there. And with that, that's my presentation. I hope it was helpful, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jordan, for the presentation. Are there any questions from council at this time? We're very thorough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I may, Mayor, I just wanted to thank one more time all of our folks from Detroit and the human service providers for hopping in this evening in case there were questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go back to 5A. It seems like our Chief Emmy had some sound issues. Is he available to resolution honoring the public service of Detective Brendan Moore?
Yes, Mayor. Can everybody hear me now?
Chief, yes, welcome back.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. I will be asking you to accept a resolution honoring the public service of Detective Brendan Moore. Detective Brendan Moore started on October 1st, 2020, or I'm sorry, he retired on October 1st of 2021. Detective Brendan Moore retired from the City of Ferndale Police Department after more than 34 years of dedicated public service to the community of Ferndale. Detective Brendan Moore, affectionately known by his friends as Benny, grew up in the Ferndale community and graduated from Ferndale High School in 1980. After serving in the security forces in the United States Air Force and being promoted to the rank of sergeant, Detective Moore joined the Ferndale Police Department in January of 1987. During Detective Moore's 34 years of service, he served as a patrol officer, a juvenile officer, a narcotics enforcement officer, and a detective. As patrolman, Detective Moore was honored as the Ferndale Police Officer of the Year in 2004. Detective Moore's service and commitment to the city of Ferndale will be missed, and we wish him we wish him the best in his retirement. That's all I have, Council.
Thank you very much, Captain, and congratulations to Detective Brendan Moore for a well-earned retirement from the city of Ferndale. We wish you the best on your adventures going forward, and really just pleased that you were so gracious of your time giving to the city of the Ferndale and the police department. I think we need a resolution of support for this resolution from council.
Mayor? Oh. Am I going to read it?
Would you like to support it?
Yes, I would support it.
And do you want to read it?
Just read it.
Yes.
Oh, well, he just did.
He just did.
Okay, so moved by Polika, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Thank you, retired Detective Benny Moore. All right, now we are on to 5D is presentation update on Coolidge Community Center storm damage repairs and boiler room status. And I believe joining us tonight from DPW is James, and James is our facility manager, and this is his first city council presentation, so welcome.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm going to tag team on this with James, and yay, it worked. I've never done this. I've never presented from here. Right.
All right.
We broke another ceiling tonight, folks. All right. Let me get this into, okay. Got a little bit of a lag. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council Community. James is our facilities manager, as I mentioned earlier in the audience. He began the week that COVID-19 became a big deal in March. So James has known this as his experience with the city of Ferndale. So thanks for staying with us, James. We are here tonight to present just a follow-up on an item from later July that council tabled following some storm damage that resulted in significant issues that James is going to speak about in details momentarily. Here's a brief just a review of how we're going to structure the conversation. We're going to recap July. James is going to go through a review of what happened structurally and what the repair consequences have been and what the short-term and long-term consequences have been. Then we'll talk about management decision points and our recommendation here that we're presenting tonight. With that, James, I'm going to allow you to be our subject matter expert here and kind of walk through the damage that we saw here and just give us an idea of what the scope is.
Okay, so on July 24th, we had a storm, produced a lot of rainfall. That rainfall overwhelmed the roof system over the boiler at the Coolidge Community Center. That damage caused us to disconnect gas and electric service to that building because the close proximity of those utilities created the potential for a fire. So out of safety, we closed that off, closed the building, and then we made repairs. Those repairs took us about 3 weeks to a month. Power was restored, but the repairs that were made were minimal. What we did is we made the structure safe enough to turn back on the utilities. So we removed the plaster that you can see in that picture. And what you can also see in that picture is that all of the electrical conduit is running to the main distribution panel, which is inside the boiler area. You can also see to the very left, some of those orange pipes are the gas service that feeds gas to the boiler and the hot water boiler. So once we pulled that down, and you'll see that on the next slide, what we noticed is that there was some separation between the concrete and the steel reinforcement in the beams that run across and provide support for that roof structure. So it became important after seeing that we get an engineer out to do a condition assessment to see how much weight that can hold, if it's safe, any precautionary measures that need to be taken to shore up that structure. And to do so, DPW exposed 5 or 6 other areas where we cut back some more of this plaster just to get an idea of each location. So we just went throughout the roof from the far side where the damage was all the way to the other side, exposing areas. We contracted with WJE to provide a structural assessment report. That report is due this week. If you can move on, Joe. So the initial report from the on-site assessment is that there's potentially some structural damage. We're going to need to do a little bit of work regardless. They consider the roof structure at this point a failed roof structure, meaning that it can't be repaired. Eventually, it needs to be replaced. We'll know more once that report is made available, and we'll know exactly what we need to do to shore it up, to keep it safe. So as you can see, it's not exactly clear, but what you're seeing there is concrete separated from steel reinforcement. Those are reinforced concrete joists, and the deterioration of those lowers the amount of weight that the structure can support. You would think it's just a roof, all it's doing is holding water or holding the roof. That's not the case. In this boiler room, it's also providing, it's carrying the weight of the utilities, which includes gas, electrical, and then giant steam pipes that come off the boiler system. So there's a number of things. There's also the plaster that's deteriorating and falling off on top of that. Unfortunately, there's a number of unknowns that make it difficult to calculate with 100% certainty how much weight that roof system will hold. And that's because we don't have original prints, so we can't say what the original load was when it was intended and designed by an architect. The prints are very old. Our renovations were made. We don't have as-builts that show the exact material between what you can see, which is plaster, beams, there's clay tiles that go throughout that, and then it's kind of a mystery what's above those clay tiles. We can guesstimate, and structural analysis we'll make some guesses, but we don't know the exact materials between that, so it's also hard to actually calculate if all this stuff was 100% non-deteriorated, what that actual load would be. On top of that, the plaster is probably hiding a significant amount of damage. We've already seen damage as we exposed different holes. All the utilities are anchored into this cement too. That cement is deteriorating. So we're not even sure how much the anchors are deteriorated. There's a number of other variables that are very hard to calculate. So the utilities are all supported by that, which makes it dangerous. Potentially, if there's a collapse or further damage to the roof, or even if those just anchors fall loose, that structure could be a fire again because you have gas located in close proximity to electric. Additional bracing is likely necessary. As I said, this is considered basically a failed roof, and at some point it is going to need to be totally replaced. If we can move to the next slide. So the building age adds variability and risk. It's difficult to predict what may break down throughout the
Can you tell us what the age of the building is? Sorry to interrupt. What's the age
Yes,
of the
it is 1920, I want to say 26. I know it's the 20s, but I don't.
1922, I read that this morning, so it turns 100.
Yeah, I do have that. 1922.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a very old building. It's very hard to make, Joe will take over from me in a minute, but it's very hard to make accurate generalizations about what maintenance needs may cause, because not only is the building very old, but all of the mechanical equipment in that building is old. It's all approaching the end of its useful life, and any number of things could break down, and if you don't have a plan for that, when they break down in an unplanned way, you have to address that situation as it happens. Sometimes that means overtime costs, sometimes that means closing the building down temporarily, bringing in temporary heat. You're winterizing the building without notice, and if that happens on a long weekend, you could be potentially damaging other aspects of the building because it's not winterized.
Thanks. So when James reported the initial findings to me on the structural assessment, I really asked him a series of management kind of oriented questions because I needed to make a decision, and I recognized that. So there's a few points here, and I wanted to help you understand what those decision factors were. And so I kind of summarized 4 key points at the top of this table that really went through my mind. And the first one is safety, actually. So these aren't necessarily in order. I asked about structural safety concerns, and then whether my concerns were validated of the potential of failures, especially because of the utilities. That's my concern. Not only out of my staff, but I'm concerned about the building users. We have seniors, we have children, and I don't really want to get into the game of if something could go wrong. Structurally, the weight is concerning. We'll reinforce it, but there's still a margin of risk there that concerned me. And so that was factor number 1. Number 2 is the significant financial commitment and then the ownership question. So currently, the city still remains a tenant. This still is the school district's property. We've been a tenant since 2000, about 2000. And we are working through navigating what that looks like, but that, as of today, that tenant structure still hasn't changed, so we're still a tenant. That tenant agreement, the terms of it do require the city to own all of the insurance risk, all of the capital investment risk, and all the repair risk. And so we could make all of these investments, but at the end of the day, it's not our asset. So there's a fiscal efficiency concern there. So that really kind of summarizes the concerns that I thought from the manager's perspective. And then I kind of, as best as I could, I tried to summarize that in a table to help you understand and quantify the options. So the option that I'm getting at in the call to action tonight is to recommend not to reopen the Kulik Center. I would recommend that DPW look at winterizing the costs. I think it makes sense to reinforce the ceiling regardless. That's what the structural analysis is saying, whether we're occupying it or not. And then the utility budget, we have a general understanding, as you know, council in April approved of a facilities condition assessment for all of our buildings. I have some early draft reports back. They're not final. We'll be presenting the final report in the coming month, in November. Early analysis suggests that right now it costs us between $40,000 and $50,000 in utilities for gas and electric for the Kulik Center. And so if we were to not open it, we're still at the beginning point of the fiscal year. That budget could shift towards finding a temporary sublease for either office space or a program space for the Parks and Recreation Department. I would work with Jordan Forty, our Economic Development Director, and some of our other community partners to identify alternative spaces. We have interviewed Parks and Rec staff about their needs, and we're trying to kind of prioritize their needs and fit those into an alternative space if necessary. So that work will begin depending on the conversation tonight. If we were to fund it for the remainder of the fiscal year, it would operate as always. So we have some minimal deferred maintenance items that were presented in July. That $25,000 would be added back in, and then you would have to operate the facility and staff it for custodial and all your basic maintenance. So based on our previous experience and the numbers that James has given me, it'd be about $80,000 in operational and repair costs. And I forgot to mention, R&M is repair and maintenance. Repair and maintenance costs plus the utilities. So it's about $120,000 as a minimum to operate. It could be more to operate the Kulik Center for the remainder of the fiscal year through 2022. The additional repair and maintenance risk, and that's really, again, going back to James' point, it's hard to know what could fail, but all of the major systems are nearing end of life, and so they're all due for replacement. And so anytime you have something nearing end of life, you know, as a homeowner, I think of my furnace. When I know that I'm nearing end of life, I'm trying to get what I can out of it, but I'm preparing for the worst case scenario that it could fail on me. So that the same is for this building, but it's just, you know, scoped out for a commercial instance. And that's based on the general numbers, that could be anywhere between $50,000 and $300,000. That would be a reasonable expectation of risk, I'm calling it, because it's not a guarantee, but it's risk. And then the draft capital reserves, again, it's a draft, estimates about $2.6 million in capital investment in all of those end-of-life replacements in the next 3 years, and we budget in a 3-year projection. So I thought that would just give you a general scope. So understanding all of that, and again, balancing the safety risks and balancing the concerns over funding these real significant needs in a building we don't own yet, gave me the recommendation that we suspend opening it for the staff and public use. Right now, we're working with the clerk's office on opportunities to change the polling precinct, and Marty can speak on that later. But so we are working on some of the more proactive items that we would have to have a contingency plan for actively, and we've been doing so the last few weeks in case this is a reality. As I said, we've met with Parks and Rec. I addressed their team directly to let them know of the concerns. And then funding, as I mentioned, I would recommend, since it's in the budget, we repurpose the projected utility and maintenance accounts towards finding an alternative space for the meantime. The long-term plan, that's just the short-term plan. The long-term plan, council funded the condition assessment for all municipal facilities. And I think once we have that, it will be necessary to work with the community on the best way to do that in the most efficient and effective way in terms of all of our facilities. And so I don't really want to get into the details on that because we haven't reviewed the full report, but I just wanted to make sure that we were speaking in terms of short-term and long-term, and the long-term plan certainly is important. But that's a conversation with council and the community. And I note a couple focus areas for long-term. We're thinking about productivity, the best rate of return for the tax dollars. As I said, going back to this, to help kind of generally quantify that 120,000 is about 1/7 of the value of 1 mil. So it's about 14%, 12 to 14%, someone check my math on that, of a mil for just the 9 months of operating this year. So productivity certainly needs to be in question. Equity, we need to be talking and thinking about equity in terms of our facilities. And of course, sustainability. We had the GHG inventory presented earlier this year, and the results did show the carbon impact of the municipal footprint. So those are kind of 3 focus areas that I'm looking at when I'm reading the health reports. And with that, we will take questions. James is the technical expert here, and I'm just the maker of not a great decision, not a fun decision. So.
I'm going to start with the first question. If council, what are you looking for council tonight?
This, I'm presenting this because it was tabled, and this is a follow-up. And there's no action requested. I am looking for input on the recommendation slide, on the management criteria, and then the recommendation specifically, feedback on not reopening it, and feedback on shifting the existing budget towards finding a temporary alternative space.
Okay. All right, everybody clear on that on council? Okay.
And I'll leave that up.
Okay, so I will open it up for our council of questions for James and the city manager right now on this presentation. As there's no action being taken tonight, I'm just going to leave it for council questioning. So fire away, council.
Through the chair.
Uh-huh.
Could you go back to slide, I believe, number 6?
This one?
Yes. So the last one, I understand, is the draft, the capital reserve needs have not been completed. But you're looking at all of this work that would need to be done at a cost of $2.6 million. What does that give us in regards to a building? I mean, it's not going to be a Class A building. We've already identified that the building has failed. Are we looking at bringing that up, and it's going to be at a D level, a C level?
James, can you quantify it?
So I'm not sure if I could say in terms of grading it, but just to be clear, so the facility condition assessment is replacing like for like. So if there's a boiler and that boiler needs to be replaced, it's replacing it with a similar boiler. If there's class units, there's about 12 of those. Those are all going to be replaced with in-kind class units.
Okay, so we wouldn't be outfitting the facility with forced air or individual
so these
for different parts of the building. We're basically
Correct.
replacing old technology with old technology.
Well, maybe to some extent, yes. I mean, it will be newer technology just in the fact that it's new technology, so it's a little more efficient. It's going to provide a little better coverage. It will be an upgrade in that it actually works, but you are correct in that it's like for like. We're not going to sit down. We're not going to look at what would be best for the building. We should. That's another conversation. But what these numbers represent is just bringing the building back up to functionality in the exact same configuration it's been in for the last 50 or 60 years.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, through the chair, then, so what does that mean in terms of that roof and that structure, that cement structure?
So that will have to be rebuilt.
It will have to be rebuilt.
Yep, it does have to be rebuilt, and that is in that number. It may not be in that number. It will be in the capital improvements that I've submitted. There's pricing for that. And in addition to that, it's not just that roof section. The other roof is over 30 years old. It's deteriorating. It is at the end of its service life. It's a very big roof. It's a big building. It will be costly, and I believe Garland provided some pricing on that 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. And that's where I got most of my numbers from for the CIP packet.
But did you say the roof, if I'm looking here, so the roof is not in this number?
It will be in the 2.6 million, the 100,000 or so roughly for the boiler room section is not necessarily in there because we didn't know that that damage was there when we did our initial on-site assessment for the FCA. So they would have just put numbers in there to replace the roof membrane, not the actual roof structure.
Ron, I just want to make a distinction here. So there's two roofs being talked about. James is talking about the smaller roof number, which is, we have to fix the roof of the boiler room. The larger roof really contemplated here in the 2.6 is the entire structure for 25,000. Or I'm sorry, 25,000 square feet. So that's the entire building roof. So either way, we're going to reinforce the boiler roof.
The boiler room roof is roughly 900 square feet, so it's a small section in the big pie. The extra doesn't account for the structure below the roof, if that makes sense.
How much, just so I'm sorry to interrupt, but how much is the ceiling of the boiler room costing us to fix? Because we have to fix it, right? How much is that?
That was fixed through insurance dollars. The additional reinforcement, the structural analysis, that I think is to be determined whether that's covered.
For the ceiling, we removed the plaster in the ceiling to make that so that we could actually hang the utilities and everything. At the time, and you could see in that picture, the only thing that was holding up the plaster was electrical conduit.
Right.
So
I'm just
instead
curious
of
what it was costing. What did it cost us to fix it?
For that repair?
Yeah.
Do you remember what Burma?
I believe it was right around 10,000, but most of which should have been paid for by insurance.
Okay.
But, sorry, through the chair, but that was just the temporary fix. It's still not supported.
Right, that was just to make it.
If we got a huge rainfall that a lot of water was sitting on there,
Right.
we could potentially see another cave-in.
Yes, potentially.
Okay. May I continue, or, I'm sorry, I know.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, we're talking about two things. We're talking about the replacement of the structural roof within the boiler room.
Yep.
And then we're talking about doing the typical 30-year strip of
Yes.
the rest of the roof and replacing.
Shingles.
But we still have no idea what other parts of the structural roof in other parts of the building are like. We could rip that roof off and find out that we have other areas
Yes.
that need to structurally be replaced.
That's true, and that would add cost. I assume that cost would be a little bit slighter just because you're talking about a wood truss system as opposed to a structural where you have cement and reinforced concrete that's holding up, like I said, all the utilities in the boiler room. That's why that is a specific, that's why it's a lot riskier because it's holding up all of those different utilities.
So the roof over the boiler room is completely different structurally than the rest of the building?
Yes.
Okay.
Through the chair, can I jump in since I'm right over there? Number one, did we fix the water routing issue that's going onto that mechanical roof?
We're still in the process of figuring out how to address that with some type of gutter system. That brings up the causes, which I can kind of speak to, if that makes sense. So potentially, anytime you have something like this, it is difficult to come up with a precise cause. There's a lot of contributing factors. So why did this happen? There's multiple factors. Intense rainfall combined with the removal of gutters above the roof meant that there was more rainfall hitting that small subsection of roof. There were removal of scuppers on that roof section, which are just roof drains that would have came off the side and on the sidewalk. We're not really entirely sure when that was removed or why that was removed, but that meant that more rainfall hit that roof and stayed on that roof for a longer duration of time. There's also deterioration of roof material around the pipe penetrations where the steam pipes and exhaust and other conduit goes up through the roof. And then additionally, there's deterioration of some of the mortar above the roof membrane on the north wall. So yes, part of that plan is going to be that we have to do something to lower the amount of weight that sits on that roof. And that is something that we're looking at.
And that 120,000, does that include getting that water off that roof?
The 100,000, which 120,000?
Your current budget year.
Did I get the wrong number?
Oh, no, you're fine. That would, yeah, so that would have to come from somewhere. I think it's gonna have to come from somewhere regardless to, at the very minimum, put a gutter system on the front of that roof that's facing east above that boiler section, because you don't want all that snow and water hitting the top of that peaked roof and then pounding down on top of that structure.
I think that's going to be additional budget to your
Right.
budget that you requested in April. Yes, so we'll pull that from another facilities budget.
That would come outside of, that would come outside.
That's an
of
add-on to the number. I think that's what you're asking.
The 120, so the 120, I think, is just the annual budget, and that really comes from three funds. So within the facilities maintenance fund, there's a 775, there's 818 for preventative or planned maintenance, and 931. The way I kind of do my math is I look at the total square footage of every facility in our portfolio. Kulik makes up about 20%, so if you looked at 320,000, which is roughly the amount of money in those three funds, Kulik would take about $64,000. Now, it's not a science, because sometimes other buildings have needs that develop, and then Kulik may spend 70, they may spend 50, it may spend 80, just depending on how things break and how we're able to address things proactively. But that's where that 60 to 120,000 comes from.
Through the chair, if we went forward with maintenance to get this functional for our residents, what would that timeline look like?
So bringing things up to date.
And I'm not talking about the entire building, just the mechanical.
Right. So bare minimum, I think we would have to do the 25,000 in repairs that we tabled before the storm happened. On top of that, obviously this is dependent on council decision. So in the meantime, I have been getting pricing to do the boiler startup, CSD1 report, which is a safety report, inspections, do all the preventative maintenance as normal. I have quotes. I've got pricing for controls. All this stuff is executable, and we would be able to do most of that to start at a minimum in the next couple of weeks.
Okay. With a timeline of potentially being done before winter hits?
Yes.
Okay.
That mean before
But
Christmas?
that's just to do the bare minimum of, like, that's not to do gutter, that's not to do roofing, that's just addressing that initial 25K and then doing like boiler startup. We could also get into a scenario where we do the boiler startup, we do the CSD1, and then additional repairs have to be made. There were several areas in Kulik that last year were not really an ideal temperature. We're approaching somewhere where you would kind of have to either bring in additional heat or do something to kind of take care of the water supplies. So like the kids area and the kitchen, if I'm not mistaken, were two of the worst areas. They were probably 20 or 30 degrees lower than other areas, and it's just because we've had deterioration in those classroom units. So right now we have one that we know is down, and then I would assume that one of those two will probably not start up, so then you have to address that. And you might get in the middle of the season, and then one more goes down. And all these classroom units are so old that you can't just go to HVAC supply place and get parts. So like the steam coils for each one of these units has to be custom made. It increases the price, and as things break down in the middle of the year again, you lose control of your costs. So you got to pay overtime, you got to maybe bring in temporary heat and do all these other things to address those issues as they come.
May I follow up on her question? Did that solve the safety concerns, just doing the boiler to get us to winterization?
No, I would say that doesn't include the cost of bracing potentially. As this report is given to us from WJE and we go over the potential bracing and shoring up that structure, there's going to be additional costs associated to that. And that brings up, I mean, that makes the timeline a little bit more iffy, because if they come back and they say that you have an unsafe situation, you can't really start boiler startups and do all these things simultaneously until you shore that structure up.
So in summary, what I heard is 25,000 is for boiler only, not all the other considerations. Could be done by Christmas maybe, but it doesn't address any of the safety concerns that have been addressed by the city manager here about the reasons for do not open.
I mean, yeah, from my perspective, any safety risk, whether if we reinforce it, it improves the security. but it doesn't, I can't say the risk is 0% mitigated. And so because we could add bracing, and that could help prevent a scenario where the roof would collapse so much like it did that it would impact utilities. And as my concern is, those are gas utilities. And that's just not a risk that I'm personally comfortable with at this
Joe,
time.
to add to that, it's not even a catastrophic roof repair or roof failure, rather, that could cause a problem. We could shore up that structure, everything could look fine, and then we don't see damage to the anchors and everything else holding up the weight of those utilities, and those utilities could just fall off of their anchors, and then that could cause a catastrophic failure where you'd have a fire. So it's not necessarily just precipitation sitting on that roof and loading it.
I will hold my editorial to the end, but Mayor Pro Tem, your question, please.
I was just going to ask then, so essentially what this $25,000 in the boiler startup is just really just to protect, you said I think the electrical, but there's really no intention in having it open to anyone. It's just to kind of not make things worse in the building. Is that what I'm hearing? So we'd be spending that money for that building only to protect some of the structure, but it's not for any sort of use.
Right. What I was answering with Laura's question was that what would happen is that $25,000, it's not even really that. Those are the things that we thought that was important to do if we were going to open this building up before we had any of the storm damage or any of the issues. Like really, those are two separate issues.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Through the chair. And I think I need some clarification. So before the storm, before everything, we were going to be investing $25,000, and that was to do some repair maintenance on the boiler predominantly, because we barely made it through last year, well, 2 years ago, I should say. And at this point, I think we were at, and I'm going back to like June, we were at the point that even $25,000 wasn't going to guarantee that the boiler was going to start up again, because we've been using bubble gum and paper clips for the last 3 or 4 years to keep it operational. So even now, can we guarantee that the $25,000 would actually keep the boiler operating for another year?
No, and I'll also say that $25,000 I don't think was all devoted to the boiler. That was for the boiler, other mechanical subsystems, some plumbing, some insulating pipes. Like that was more than, that wasn't even just for the boiler. And no, we couldn't guarantee that because the boiler's over 30 years old. The last couple of years we've had to put an extensive amount of money into it. We even put $5,000 into it just to do some critical repairs last year to avoid this type of scenario. It's been on borrowed time for years, for a long time.
Yeah, so we can't even guarantee approving the $25,000 that we're going to get a working boiler.
Right.
No, that's consistent with past year.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that.
No, yeah, and I apologize. I recognize because of the July approval, everything is kind of conflated a little bit, but the July approval was before the flood initially when it was put on the agenda. And the purpose of that was to address deferred maintenance issues. So that included boiler seasonal startups. Pretty much we wanted to get the building ready to open again. And then the flood happened and then the damage happened. And through that, we learned more about the lack of structural integrity. So, which is kind of a good thing. I'm glad we know more than we did before so many issues were exposed, right? And so I guess that's one positive opportunity I see here is that we better understand the nature of the condition now because of the extensive damage and the work that we had to do to recover from the damage. So the initial $25,000 was on things that we would have had to do to prepare the building to open in general. Everything, the other numbers are assuming if we were to open it, we were going to have to custodial again, we're going to have to re-engage the contractors for maintenance cleaning again, and you'll still have to do the deferred maintenance that we were planning on doing, which James said, there's some painting, some plumbing. Now there's more work on the boiler. We have to reinforce the boiler. So that's really, but yes, so if you wanted to fund the $120,000, we're saying that's what it would cost to get the thing open for the public, but I still have safety concerns. So, I mean, clearly, we would have an inspector certify it.
Through the chair, how close are we to an agreement with the school system so that we have ownership of this?
I can't comment on the timeline. It's still in negotiation.
Okay.
So just to summarize here, some high-level key things. The city has been in good faith negotiations with the school district to acquire the property, so that we're the sole owners, and hit some hiccups with a National Trust grant in 2001 that prohibits a sale directly from the school district to the city because of some conditions on that grant about saving that parcel for open space. So this ownership issue remains an issue, or this ownership of the school district, but we're liable for all these costs. And while I think for me this has worked well over the years because of maintenance, but now we're at the end of the life, and for me, making significant taxpayer costs for our residents on a building we don't own doesn't make sense to me, particularly $2.6 million when we don't own the building. So this is one of my concerns, and this is why we're in good faith negotiations with the school district to acquire it. But these hiccups were put in place in 2001 before anybody on the school district board and or city council was on there that put this hiccup in place, and it wasn't found until I think it was found after we approved the real estate sale documents between both boards. So the sale could not go through. So that's where we are. This is where the decision points are. Are there any other questions from council? Because I tried to summarize where we are with the property ownership.
Yeah, through the chair, I just want to make sure that that I'm understanding a couple of points. One, just to clarify, the report that's due within the next 7 to 10 days, that is for the unique boiler roof reinforcement.
Yes.
Need and plan, right?
Structural assessment of the boiler room.
And we won't know the cost of that till that report is issued. What wasn't clear to me, though, is whether that's going to need to take place, whether it reopens or not.
There will be some bracing and some structural supports that are likely necessary either way.
So there might be a plan A and a plan B out of that boiler room roof assessment.
Yep.
Okay. I think that's my only question. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Are there any other questions from council? This is the recommendation from the city manager to close, do not reopen the Kulik until we figure out, I think, more refined costs, acquire land, and there is a temporary, approach to finding space for our Parks and Rec and how to continue programming. This is a pretty serious issue. This is not the only building that is reaching its end of life in our city government portfolio of properties, and this is why the city council approved doing a facilities assessment on all of our properties. That report is still expected to come for all of our properties, and that goes back to how are we going to tackle all these issues. So we've got big conversations to have with the community members about these investments going forward and how to prioritize them. And for me, just as an opinion, I'm saddened that we're here at this point, but I'm very supportive of the city manager's do not reopen for safety issues. The Champlain Towers, the Forta condo collapse, they had a lot of red flags, and the city manager is just raising a ton of red flags right now. And I do not want a Florida condo collapse, similar type situation with our Kulik Center. So because of the structural problems. Will it come to that? But that's worst case scenario, and that's what we're trying to avoid. I think that's what you're trying to avoid.
That's a good comparison I hadn't made, but yeah. So,
kind of my opinion.
and to summarize, the recommendation, so I would be directing staff to move forward with preparing to winterize the building and to respond to the bracing requirements as delivered by the structural engineer. And again, that will be there between 7 and 10 days. So we want to make sure the building is safe and secure and winterized. And then what I couldn't do because it would require council action is, what I will do though is study the possibilities for an alternative location, what they might be. We'll present 3 or 4 options as we game plan with Parks and Recreation and our Economic Development Director to think creatively about alternative space and what options we need. And I look to bring that to your attention within the next 2 council meetings
Okay.
as a priority.
All right, and then I want to emphasize the long term. We have our Parks and Rec Commission who have been talking about a community center for a long time. These conversations are going to continue going forward about what are the long-term needs and what does that investment look like? What does a modern facility look like for the city? And can we get that modern needs out of a Kulik with a money that we can afford, or does it look like something else? And those are strategic community conversations that this council needs to have in partnership with our residents, and that is to come.
Mayor, through the chair, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I had one last question.
Sure.
Is that possible?
Please.
Do we have to move forward with the winterization before getting the structural report back to make a determination on what our costs are and if we absolutely have to winterize this? And the reason I'm asking is because with old structures that are plaster like this, winterizing through this season when we have moisture going into the plaster work and into the mortar, it's a death sentence. When you have heat cycles going back and forth, things crack, and they crack more and more. If we don't have a level temperature in there like we would normally through the winter, we're going to see more and more damage. So is it possible that we can have that structural report before we do the winterization?
I would defer to James's recommendation as our expert.
Yeah, I mean, that is possible, and we are giving thought internally about decommissioning the building. A lot of those maintenance needs we're going to talk to some engineering consultants and experts in that field, contractors with the city, so it won't just be closed off and left. There's going to be a plan that's put in place to protect the building and preserve the facility as it is, so that way, if it does get decommissioned for however long, when we recommission it, whatever happens to that building, we reopen it at the same level of maintenance needs as when we closed it.
All right, seeing no more questions from council. James, you did a great job. Thank you for presenting for your first time tonight and doing something on so technically complicated on our building. So reach out to everybody if you have questions or concerns. Reach out to council. We're open and listening, but safety is paramount for all of our visitors of the Kulik Center, and we'll be continuing this conversation going forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And just, I would like to mention, if anyone has any additional questions or concerns, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm always ready to communicate facility needs, whether you want to hear it or not sometimes. So,
thank you very much, James.
thank you.
Thank you, James.
All right, next on the presentation is 5E, which is an item removed from the consent agenda onto presentations, and it is the adoption of resolution of appreciation for Monica Mills. Who is introducing this item?
I will introduce it, Madam Mayor.
Excellent.
So it does give me great pleasure to present this resolution of appreciation. Monica Mills has been a stalwart volunteer for both the City of Ferndale and many charitable organizations. This year marks 30 years of activism in our community. Monica is now retiring from her civic duties and passing the torch to the next generation. Over the years, Monica has shared her expertise for coordinating volunteers to events and organizations such as Ferndale Pride, Midwest AIDS Prevention Project, Dream Cruise, AIDS Walk Royal Oak, the Board of Ferndale Youth Assistance, and Matrix Human Services. Monica co-founded the annual Blues Festival to raise funds for local charities such as Ferndale Youth Assistance, Midwest AIDS Prevention Project, and the Ferndale Community Foundation, and co-chaired the annual Ferndale Pub Crawl. Thanks to Monica's dedication and allyship, hundreds of thousands of dollars has been raised for local charities, and new volunteers have been mentored through her caring leadership. Therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Melanie Piana, on behalf of the Ferndale City Council, extends the city's congratulations to Monica Mills on the occasion of her retirement from public service. Monica Mills is a credit to this community, and it is with heartfelt appreciation that we celebrate her achievements. And
Congratulations.
And I believe there are a couple people in the audience that may want to say a few words.
Welcome, Julia.
Julie Music. I wanted to thank Monica for her years volunteering with Ferndale Pride. She was one of the founders of this event as well. And we've helped raise, I'm sure by the end of the year, we can say about $275,000 for charities in 10 years. And a lot of that came from Monica's help, not only getting volunteers to fundraisers and things like that, but also being one of the four of us who sat down and said, we really need to keep Pride in Ferndale. So thank you so much. I can't believe this, I've known you for the 20 years I've lived here. I can't believe that you are retiring, but I'm sure you'll be volunteering with us just in a much lighter capacity where it's not so stressful. And then we do have a gift for you. And if it's possible to have the Ferndale Pride team, many of which are here tonight, come up to the stage so we can grab a picture. It'd be great.
All right, folks, we do have one last minute addition. Our Commissioner Charlie Cavell has joined us. Are you still with us, Commissioner Cavell? He's being added into the Zoom room. And if everybody on council will allow a friendly insertion here on 5F for a quick update from our commissioner.
Hi, can you all see me?
I can see you. Commissioner Cavell, thanks for joining us tonight.
Yeah. First, congratulations, Monica. Way to go. You rock. Second, quick update about COVID. Oakland County has now vaccinated, at least with the first dose, 800,000 of its residents. That's 74% of the people that live here in Oakland County have gotten their first dose of the COVID vaccine. If you haven't gotten yours, reach out to me and I'll help you figure out how to get it. In Ferndale, we have about a 75% vaccination rate in terms of first dose and second dose. So go Ferndale. Quick update about county things. This week at our full commission meeting on the 13th, we'll be voting on whether or not to create a public defender office and an office of indigent defense to help people with criminal justice reform. We're also going to be passing, hopefully, an initiative championed by our county commissioner to put $2.4 million towards water sewer infrastructure planning projects. So thank you to all you local leaders, particularly city manager and assistant city manager and community economic development director, and all of you who've come to our monthly check-ins about local leadership. This idea was born out of your complaining, or maybe the better way to say it, your advice. So hopefully we'll be voting yes on $2.4 million for water sewer infrastructure planning to help leverage all this ARP money and federal and state dollars that are going to be coming down hopefully in infrastructure money. And the last thing that's a big deal that the county will be voting on also on the 13th is to create a $4 million revolving loan fund to help create or help economically develop small businesses that are women, minority, or veteran owned, which would be the first of its kind in Michigan. So this is a great opportunity and a very cool thing for anyone interested in moving their business to the next level. So that's the quick report.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate you being here. All right, have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for letting me tune in on the internet. Way easier to be here that way.
All right, folks, we are moving on to the next section of the agenda on call to audience. And council sets aside a strict 30-minute period for people to speak on any topic. And each person who wishes to speak may do so for 3 minutes. And if we have more than 30 minutes that are needed, we'll extend the period or continue public comment after the conclusion of the regular agenda items. And as a reminder, we are still conducting hybrid public comment, and I always start with the residents in the council chambers who are physically located here today, and then we move on to the blue hand raisers in Zoom and the folks calling in on phone. And as also a reminder, we have a Dignity with Discourse. We have a vision of dedicated to inclusivity and a community that values diversity and respect, and an official commitment to anti-racism. So encourage everyone to have respectful and courteous behavior during our public meetings that support these values. And we sometimes have new people coming to speak for the first time, and that can be a really nervous-wracking experience to give comment for the first time. And so we want to make sure that our environment is supported and that we are welcoming them. And finally, for productive conversation, all comments should be address issues and not people. And please address the city council staff and myself, the mayor, because staff take policy and direction from city council. So with that, I'm going to open it up to public comment in the council chambers. And there is clocks now in the council chambers where we have a countdown of 3 minutes. And if you're on Zoom, there's a little clock there too as well. Yes. And if you could just state your name and your street, you don't have to give us your full address if you don't feel comfortable.
Okay, hello, I'm Erin Molnar. I live on Withington Street. This is like way more nerve-wracking in person than on Zoom.
Well, we're glad you're here and welcome.
Okay, so for some background, I was on the mayor's committee about the Kulik Center repairs and recommendation a couple of years ago. I'm also on the Parks and Rec board. For more background, then I voted to build a new community center, although it was almost split half and half. I think today's conversation shows that's still the best long-term solution, as the mayor has said, but we aren't there yet, so we need to make do with what we have. The community center belongs to us, the community. I doubt most of the community even knows it's being recommended to close today, and that is a bummer. To Laura's comment about winterizing, I think if we close it now, it will not be temporary. Closing it will mean no home for Parks and Rec staff. More specifically, it will mean that they need to relocate their business and pay to lease a facility. It would mean no home for our seniors group, youth sports and activities, the kids corner, which is highly popular, driver's ed, fitness classes, community events, or the Boys and Girls Club. I think you'll be hard pressed to find another facility that can handle all of those things. These are all activities and groups that make active use of our community center. And with winter coming up, the Kulik Center is the only indoor facility Parks and Rec has for programming in inclement weather. The immediate roof issue has been fixed with insurance money, and to me it seems like recommending to close the Kulik Center is kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I don't think we would be having this conversation specifically right now had it not been closed for COVID. I think maybe we've kind of gotten used to it being closed. We would have been paying these regular maintenance and upkeep fees that they're kind of being posed as like extra, but that's just regular maintenance costs of the building that would have been open had it not been COVID. It's not new information that the building is aging and in need of repair and replacement. or that the schools own the real estate. Many residents, myself included, live in 100-year-old homes, and we don't just abandon them. We take care of them and we repair them. I would just ask that council and the city manager and staff consider if there's anything else we can do to get the building just to a basic functioning level, at least for this winter, until a longer-term plan is in place that serves the needs of the community rather than just closing it. And then please prioritize a longer-term plan, because it's a very valuable asset to our community that many groups rely on. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Erin.
Hi, I'm Sharon Chess, and I live on Earl Boulevard. And it feels great to be out in front in council, because watching you guys on Zoom drove me nuts. So I want to first thank the police for all of their cooperation, for the M1 Jazz collective band that rehearsed in my front yard and allowed us to park on both sides of the street every Thursday, starting in spring through summer, and we did our concert in September. So thank you very much to all of our police staff and officers for that cooperation. I want to thank Dr. Bazzi and Elon Jameson for helping us get back into the school with a big band and to have our first performance come to the high school auditorium on October 24th at 3 o'clock, and the concerts are still free. And we'll still request you to wear masks and follow all the school mandates for keeping our audience and our musicians safe. So October 24th, 3 o'clock is the first community concert band since for 2 years, actually. So we've been out of commission, so it's nice to come back. We're very excited to say that Detroit Axle has become our naming sponsor and donated $10,000 to us last week. Thank you to Michael Mashinish, who is the owner of Detroit Axle. So I've been hoping for a corporate sponsor, and we finally have one, and I'm very excited to see the Detroit Axle logo on all of our upcoming signage and programming and stuff like that. So it's a great big step for FCCB. So thank you to Michael and Detroit Axle. My big thing to come in tonight is something completely different from the band, and that's about our upcoming number 6 pot shop. And that's disturbing to me, because I was okay with the 3rd pot shop. I was on the fence about the 5th, and I just in no way support pot shop number 6. And I don't know how that comes to council. But in doing my due diligence with having pot shop number 6 and Pleasant Ridge coming up with maybe 1 or 2 pot shops in their community within 4-mile radius, okay, we have 7, possibly 8 pot shops in our community currently as it stands. And what I anticipate us to be always looking to in the future is to become a family community where we think mostly about our children. And we currently have 57 retail businesses in our city that sell alcohol, cigarettes, or smoking paraphernalia, and now pot, to the point where late at night now, you get out of your car after going grocery shopping or work, you don't smell the fires of everybody's fall backyard fire pits, you smell pot. Which, I find that it's a little bit more relaxing to go to bed at night, because the aroma and the fog in my neighborhood is a little bit more comforting than what it used to be, but I still like the campfire smoke. So my concern is that when we're raising our children, we tell them don't do drugs, don't drink, don't smoke, and yet we're ready to succumb to the pressure of the pot industry to allow yet one more pot shop. And I'm asking you, like we did when Baker College wanted to come, the residents stood strong, we stood united, I'm asking you as a strong council to be the first in standing up to the pot companies that are forcing themselves to come into the communities. If you stand up to them, Pleasant Ridge will stand up, Berkeley will stand up, Royal Oak will stand up. Ferndale is first in a lot of things that we do. I'm asking you to please be first and stand strong against the pot business that wants to keep coming into our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Evening, City Council. I'm Sarah Elturk. I live on East Marshall Street in Ferndale. I want to talk to you tonight about the Jerry Kulik Center. As with Aaron and Cheryl, I was also on the Citizens Task Force back in 2018. At that point, it had already been evaluated. The building needed at least, at that point, $1.15 million in renovations to get things fixed and corrected. Sounds like from the meeting tonight, since then, we know even further needs were needed for things like the kids' corner and that. As a citizen, as a resident, as someone who used that facility, it's difficult to hear that we aren't putting the money into it. That we're saying, oh, we're going to put another Band-Aid on a boiler instead of repairing it and making it usable for the community. It's a community center. It's where our seniors come. It's where our families come. It's where people from all over the community come to meet each other, to work together, to play together. It's where I met some of my first friends when we moved here to the city. It's some of my children's first friends. It breaks my heart that we have it and we're going to be closing it. I'd like to do what Councilwoman Laura said, that we would postpone winterizing for the time being, get the reports back, see what really the structural damage is going to be for that building before we move forward with closing it, because as Aaron said, I have the same fear. If we close it down, if we winterize it now, that we may not see that building open up again and we may not have something for our community. So please, if we can do our due diligence and look at that building as something for the entire community that we all use, it's the future of kind of where we are. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Dan Martin. I'm the Executive Director of Ferncare Free Clinic at 751 East 9 Mile Road. I'm here today to tell folks that we have flu shots. Flu shots are available at Ferncare to anyone without health insurance between the ages of 19 and 64. So I'd encourage you, if you do not have health insurance, to call us at 248-677-2273 and make an appointment to get your flu shot. It's critically important. And I'm also proud to mention that we're able to provide these flu shots through a gracious donation from Alana's Foundation. And Alana's Foundation is a private foundation of a family that started back in 2003 when their 5-year-old daughter died of influenza. The risk of influenza is severe, and it is critical, and it is for real. And I know we've got a lot of things going on with COVID and everything else, but we're starting to re-socialize again. And so influenza, again, rears its ugly head. So please give us a call at Ferncare. Don't go without just because you don't have insurance. We can get you set up with a flu shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Hello, my name is Raymond Crusette. A month ago we discussed the Woodward Avenue diet, and since then we've formed a group and we've got volunteers. We canvassed the city, started a petition for small business owners, and we've got over 30 signatures that disagree with the Woodward Avenue diet. I can tell you that more than 3/4 of the people that we asked signed, so less than 25% said no, and more than 80% were unaware of the Woodward Avenue diet, that it was even happening. So I think the service has been done to the small business community in that there was poor outreach and no boots on the ground actually talking to people. Sending an email is not adequate, and I think that it's also not adequate to inform citizens by sending an email. It just doesn't work. So we have these petitions, and actually we're getting more. That's it.
Hello, my name is Vardell. I'm the owner of Rainbow Liquor. I'm standing here for the same reason that guy was, for the die of Woodward. So this project will hurt my business in multiple ways. It will hurt my family financially. We've been in business in the city of Ferndale for over 20 years. Rainbow Liquor has been here for 100 years in my family since '99. It's a small business ran by myself and my brother. Customers come here specifically just to see us, and we know all of them by their name. We are very big in the city of Ferndale. We serve all of our community. This construction is going to cause a lot of commotion to the city and other thousands of people who take Woodward every day. We might as well close our doors and go home. There is already bike lanes on Livernois, Pinecrest, and Marshall through the neighborhoods. There are already sidewalks all the way down Woodward where the bikers can ride. In the past, when there was construction in Ferndale on 9, it closed down numerous of businesses, such as Joe's Liquor and Axel Broom in the city, completely shut down businesses. They are hurting their families financially, all of the construction, and just to put in a bike lane to satisfy bikers, but the city isn't trying to satisfy business owners. They have been loyal to the city of Ferndale for decades and pay their heavy taxes every year. What is the main purpose of why the city wants to close down Woodward for months and see all these businesses fail again, even after this large pandemic that we are still in? As we all know, our nation has took a downfall since 2019. We are just now seeing it peak over the mountain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Okay, my name is Stella Dichenko. I live in Ferndale for over 24 years. I'm working in Ferndale in the same place over 22 years. And I would like to announce today that finally I made my decision to be a new candidate to run for the mayor of Ferndale. Stella Dichenko for Ferndale. You won't see my name on a bullet because I just made my decision last week. I put my name and register. It will be legit to put, if you want to vote for me, as others and spell my name correctly. I have in my Facebook page, Stella Dichenko for Mayor of Ferndale, where you can read and learn how to spell my name. You'll see my base, and my base is take care what we got without developing new project, which also put us in new financial debts. I have master's degree in engineering. I have 4 years. I graduated 4-year full-time art school. I also, okay, just a second. I know I made such big speeches, but thanks a lot for attention. And I hope my family and my friends won't be used trying to move me out of the run for the post of the mayor of Ferndale. Just, I know opposition can be strong. You can go on the Ferndale forum, also to Ferndale Fabulous Forum, to read my platform. And people know me, I'm a person in Ferndale. My kid went to Ferndale from K to 9. And I use Kulik Center. And my question also about Kulik Center, it looks like it's purposely somebody trying to tell us, this building is unfixable. Let's demolish this. And what are you going to do with the land? To sell to developers? And what are you going to do? You sell to developers, and what will happen? We'll have this new monster. And also, Ferndale has still old infrastructure. People who live around, it basically will be second parking structure on the middle of the small residential area. And also, the sewage won't be strong enough to hold this. It means we'll be floated in the local houses, living in the neighborhood. And plus, our kids will lose, like who live around, little piece of green land. I just want to know, Ferndale wants to sell this, and they keep telling us, oh, It's non-fixable. It's so expensive. But we paid our taxes for this. We paid our money. Where did our money go? We were talking, oh yes, we need this more money. We raise our taxes to support our infrastructure, what we own. Where did our money go? What's supposed to be spent on maintain service of buildings like this. Plus, if we have this we have older community. The older people also have their life. They also need to socialize. It's it. Again, Stella Dichenko for Mayor Ferndale. You'll see more posters around, and I'll already received some doorknobs hangers with my name spelled correctly. Have a great day. Vote for me.
Thank you. I just want to remind folks that the city of Ferndale does not own the Kulik Center property, and that there is interest of city council to make investments in the building if we owned it. So I encourage folks to talk to their school districts and encourage a pathway through the trust issue that has been identified with the grant from 2001. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Victoria Murdoch.
Hi, Victoria.
Hazelhurst, West Hazelhurst. My husband, my children, and I have lived across from the community center for over a decade. And I agree with many of the people here today. Why don't we do what other countries do, which is appreciate older buildings, repair them, and refurbish them? Our house is 100 years old this year. We take care of it. There's things that need to be done, but we do it because it's an investment in a beautiful building. Now, that building, you know all the purposes that it serves, and so I don't need to go into that. I'm just saying that it's a great place, and why don't we do what Europe does? And instead of knocking down things and building new and trying to lease them out, why don't we keep it open, not winterize it, because I agree with the other people here. Once something is closed, it's tough to reopen it. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. All right. Do we have any other public comment in the chambers here? All right, seeing none, we're going to move over to the blue hand raisers on Zoom.
Thanks, Mayor. First up, we have Annie Galligan.
Hi, my name's Ann Galligan. I live on Pearson. I'm just kind of concerned and disappointed about the Kulik Center. Obviously, a water leak caused the issue, but that wasn't just from the one storm. Obviously, it had been going on for a while. So with most cities and businesses, there is a preventative maintenance. So I'm kind of surprised it wasn't caught earlier. Also, if I understand correctly, that water leak is still continuing on the roof. It hasn't been fixed. I think I agree with a lot of the other people. I think we should keep it open until we get a full report. I would like to encourage the city to make that public. I mean, the complete report with exactly how much it's going to cost, and have that be available to the citizens so we can actually look at that and not just a generalized PowerPoint. And I guess the last thing I have to say is I know the city's going into debt. I think it's in a year or two we're in some sort of deficit of $2 to $3 million. And then the Kulik Center estimate will be another $2.6, $3 million. So if we're going to fix our community center, we're going to be in debt $6 million. And that's really very concerning that we might not have the money. We don't have the money to repair this community center. And that actually makes me very sad and concerned. And I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next, Matt Latosh.
Hi, Kat. Good evening.
Hi, this is Kat Latosh. I am located on Breckenridge in Ferndale, and I had a quick process question. I had some thoughts about the agenda item 8B regarding the Community Advisory Board, but I also wanted to see the presentation first, and I was under the impression that the council would be offering community comment at that point during today's meeting as well. So I wanted to check on that assumption first.
That is correct, Kat. I'll be open.
Okay, then I'm going to stand down and come back later.
Okay, we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
And next, Mayor Evelyn Ostrom.
Good evening, Evelyn.
Good evening. You can hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Evelyn Elster, Wild Wild West Drayton. I have 3 points to make. First of all, numerous streets have streetlight outages in the city. They have been reported to both DTE and ClipFix since mid-August. No action has been taken yet to my knowledge. Can we chop on that a little bit and get us some safe streets again? Or are we the new Highland Park? Secondly, I would like to see 7G removed from the consent agenda and any further consideration whatsoever. This is a dangerous tool to place in the hands of CED, as many property owners have been targeted already. Target being the operative word here. Our Ferndale government has been proven itself to be Orwellian in nature already against homeowners. There is no call for future to further that agenda. Only funded by MED Corporation the first year, $16.5K annually after that. We are not a depressed city and therefore have no need for development-ready status other than to placate vanity and or greed. Thirdly, in regards to the Kulik Center, in your negotiations with the school district, consider the, I believe, $185 million bond we passed for the school district building fund. Consider that. And maybe they can throw in a little bit of that to help fix the color. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn.
That's everyone, Mayor.
All right, thank you everybody for participating in public comment. Your voice is always important on the items that we discuss, and I appreciate you all spending the evening with us. All right, folks, the call to audience section is now completed, and I'm moving on to consent, and I'm going to read consent with the new numbering with the 2 items removed. I hope to get this right. So hang on, and then. All right, and then council can decide their pleasure here on the consent. All right, 7A, approval of September 27th, 2021 meeting minutes. 7B, adoption of resolution declaring October 20th, 2021 as Support Your Local Chamber of Commerce Day. 7C, approval of license plate recognition. 7C. Oh, I messed up my own stuff.
And 7E, that would be C.
It'd be 7C, sorry. 7C, approval to connect 4 sump pump high water alarms to the building management system BMS at the dot parking structure by automated logic of $7,600 with the expense charge to account 585000931. 7D, consideration of purchasing Windows 10 license updates for remote users in the amount of $6,367.80 to be paid from account 101-179-818-410. 7E, approval of the service agreement between the City of Ferndale and Dynametrics for data analytics and visualization services to be funded fully by the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. 7F, approval of heating season startup inspection and CSD 1 report at City Hall and the police station by Siemens, the amount not to exceed $5,335 with the expense charged to general fund facility maintenance contractual services 101-265-818. 7G, approval of replacing parking equipment vehicle for Suburban Ford of Ferndale in the amount of $29,752.17. The expense charged to the parking fund capital outlay vehicles, account number 585-00977.5. 7H, approval of the purchase of the ductless mini split for the police station from Baylor Young in the amount of $3,567.63. With the expense charged to general fund facilities maintenance 101-265-931. 7HI, approval to execute a contract between the Michigan Department of Transportation and the City of Ferndale in order to establish the installation and maintenance of a mural on the north and south abutments of Woodward Avenues and 8 Mile Road. And 7HIJ, approval of the bills and payrolls as submitted by the City Manager's Office and subject to review by the Council Finance Committee. What is the pleasure of City Council tonight on the consent agenda?
I move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
Moved by Polika, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May. Any questions or comments on any of these items? All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Next, we are moving on to the regular agenda to 8A, consideration of the recommendation to award 3 marijuana retailer permits. And presenting that tonight is our planning manager from CED, Justin Lyons. Welcome, Justin.
Good evening. Thanks, Mayor. Just going to quickly pull up a presentation for this evening, but it will likely be a reminder of things that were discussed a few months ago. So as, just see here real quick. So as council and the mayor may be familiar with, so a few months ago, the city's ordinances were updated to allow for some additional marijuana retailer permits. A lot of those details are in Article 20, Chapter 7, the business regulation licenses, ordinances related to marijuana, and then also some accompanying zoning ordinances. But essentially, that did set up an application period. So generally, marijuana retailers, so that is more of the adult use licensing that's allowed through the Michigan Marijuana Regulatory Agency. And so you're probably familiar with some of the cities, or excuse me, some existing businesses in the city operate medical marijuana provisioning centers. There are 3 existing marijuana retailers. And then this application period that opened up between July 16th of 2021 and August 16th of 2021 allowed for 3 additional permits to be considered by City Council. So the city did receive 7 applications for these particular permits, and so felt like the city did receive 7 good applications based on preliminary review by departments including the Community Economic Development Department, police, and fire. Staff recommends 3 conditional permits for 642 East 9 Mile, which is the focus group, 925 East Drayton, which is Nature's Remedy, and then 1300 East 9 Mile, which is the Cafirio Ventures and Secret Stash business. This snapshot image here is just a picture of what that application process looked like. So we learned from the previous process, and everything was done through the city's website, which saved a lot of paper and I think made the process a little bit more efficient. But so as noted in the city's ordinance, it does note that council shall consider and authorize a permit as prescribed in 7-142F until the number of permits authorized for marijuana retailers provided in the zoning ordinance is met. And so this, these applications were reviewed by staff based on application criteria that is in the ordinance. That ordinance or those criteria have not changed since the previous process a year ago. But these specific recommended applicants stood out based on 3 different criteria related to whether the proposal would revitalize or redevelop a property that's been vacant or unused for an extended period of time, whether the applicant has business experience previously in the city, demonstrates that the applicant has sufficient experience and requisite business experience in the operation of the proposed marijuana establishment, and then 13, the proposed plan incorporates sustainable infrastructure and energy efficient elements and fixtures. So included in the packet was sort of the checklist that was used based on the criteria and the ordinance, based on the applications received. And so I would say, a lot of the applicants, did provide good information and did meet a lot of items, but these 3 did stand out based on those specific items. Happy to provide any examples about that in the applications, but generally the 642 East 9 Mile and 925 East Drayton, they both do have specific medical marijuana provisioning centers in the city right now, so demonstrated that experience there. The third recommended group at 1300 East 9 Mile, they also showcased their experience and expertise in their application. 1300 East 9 Mile does propose a major redevelopment at a vacant and blighted site. So proposed site plans were included for that project that included some green space and generally met parking requirements and all those sorts of zoning things we look for when we look at a site plan. And then, all 3 of those recommended applicants showed incorporation of sustainable infrastructure, which is very important as we try and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in the city and as we're working on the city's climate action plan. So each of those proposals included LED light bulbs, different types of insulation. Some of them included environmental and sustainability plans. 925 East Drayton recently installed permeable parking lot pavement, electric vehicle charging stations, and then with 1300 East 9 Miles proposal, they did include a pretty large green space, LED lighting, and then stormwater management, and actually went through the entire master plan and noted where they aligned with the master plan and sustainability goals. So that's the short summary of where we landed with that recommendation. But obviously, as I said, ordinance dictates that it is council's decision in the end, so a resolution was included in your packet for your consideration. And I'll stay close by in case there are questions. Thank you.
I will open up to council for questions of Justin.
Again.
Seeing no questions from council, I think that we've been here before. We've approved 6 permits. We have a very strong process for permitting selection. So there are, I think, some owners in the room. I'll open up from public comment. If anybody would like to make public comment in the room. I'm going to start with the owners first, Sharon, since they are the applicants. If not, that's okay.
I'll keep it very brief. My name is Scott Roberts. I'm with Cafiero Family Ventures. That company was named after my late grandmother. Mr. Levy, who is also my partner, regrets not being here today. He was very involved in one of the first dispensaries to open in Ferndale. And I just want to say we're very excited about the recommendation, and we really look forward to working with the city on this. And I will also stand by if you have any questions.
I think I did have one for your business particular. What yours stands out with is, and I might be getting them confused, so staff help me, But you really committed to some of our sustainability principles. And I was just wondering if that was going to continue forward, because your site plan hasn't been approved yet, right?
That is correct.
And are you committed, sometimes the commitment on paper doesn't show up in the site plan?
Yes, I am aware. I'm also an attorney in this space, and I know how sometimes commitments and applications don't always make it to the actual building, but I will say we are 100% committed to that.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Through the chair, could you please identify a couple of the sustainability highlights in your application? A couple did stand out. I thought it'd be helpful if you talked about them.
So actually, at that part, Mr. Levy prepared. I do know we did propose a retention pond in the back. We did propose solar panels. We did propose using recycled wood as part of our design. I also know we proposed a bunch of other stuff. But because Mr. Levy has that kind of construction background, he kind of took the lead on that. So I don't want to kind of speak out of turn, but I do know we did commit to a lot of things. We are very serious about that.
All right, thank you.
If I may, actually, through the chair. So regarding your facility, I just want to make sure that I understand this, and we've gone through this a lot. So you wanting to be one of the applicants for a permit, am I to understand then that you are actually still going through the process with the state? You don't have any finalized?
We are a pre-qualified entity. Obviously, we cannot get a state license until we get a municipal license as well as fully built out. And because this is vacant land, we will have to build a structure from the ground up, and we won't be able to get state license until that happens.
But this is the last step before you're able to do that. Is that what I'm to understand right here at council?
I do believe we do have to go in front of the planning commission to get approval on our plans. We did submit, plans along with our application, but we do hope to get, on the next meeting, because we're hoping we will be able to pour a foundation before the ground freezes. So we will definitely be prioritizing this in order to do that.
Thank you. Come on up, Sheriff.
Thank you. May I ask, what advantage is it to our community to have another pot store? Is there a financial benefit to have another pot store here? How does it work?
I think I'll let Justin, can you just talk a little bit about how much money the city receives from one store? I do know that I haven't made any decisions about any of that revenue.
I think I'll probably request Dan to back me up on this, but so there is last year the city did receive its first disbursement from the Michigan Treasury. You get an amount per licensed facility in your community. It sort of depends on when they're opened and things like that. So last year I think there were two licensed facilities open, so there were two amounts. I want to say it was between like 24,000. 36,000. I'd have to look specifically, but so that's just from the state treasury. I think there's some other tax implications. I'm more the zoning guy, to be honest, rather than the tax guy.
Thank you.
Through the chair, it's 28,000 is the certified amount last year.
And that was for 2 dispensaries?
That's per permit.
That's per permit?
Within the jurisdiction of Ferndale.
So 28,000 per permit?
Correct.
Per state license ultimately.
Yeah.
Permittee still is required.
And the state is the one who determines the amount per entity, right?
Yes, through their own equation, which was built during the petition initiative. But I do want to make a point. The leading factor in decision making here is more about local control and less about whatever financial benefits we get from the state passed down from the state. It's all controlled by the state. But Dan, can you speak to the local control?
Certainly, through the chair, council and the audience will recall that the city has, when the Burtma statute was passed, had the right to allow or to disallow recreational marijuana retailers within the city. The city had already authorized, consistent with the MMFLA, provisioning centers, and at that time had, the timing is such that the city actually in the spring of 2018 identified and authorized 3 provisioning centers, and then that November the MRTMA statute, citizen-initiated statute, was approved by the voters. There was a long queue of applicants who sought to provide, at the time, medical marijuana through the provisioning center license arrangement, and the city's process was that the first completed applications received by the clerk's office were those who would be entitled to have provisioning center permits up to the number that the city council had authorized, which at that time was 3. After the state-initiated MRTMA statute passed, there was a time period prior to any licensee being able to open a recreational license, and that was essentially of 2019. There was still additional interest in providing recreational marijuana retailers, and the City Council earlier this year studied the issue consistent with its ordinance, which provided that the city manager and through the city planner would investigate and evaluate a report with respect to the operation of the retailers 6 months after they were operational. And in the spring, back on June 14th, after having studied the issue, council amended its ordinance to authorize an additional 3 retailer licenses. And council recalls and knows that under the MRTMA statute, the city is charged with, when there's additional interest beyond the number of licensees that are going to be authorized within the city, it is obligated to evaluate which applicants are best suited to operate in compliance with the MRTMA statute within the city of Ferndale. And that's what the city council has attempted to do through setting forth the criteria that it asks for in its application.
Okay.
Sorry for the long answer.
That's okay. Basically is that council's already set a policy to allow 6 more. That happened at our last meeting, and this is the fulfilling of the last 6 tonight, or the last 3.
And I understand that. And so then my next question is when we get that $28,000 or the additional funding that comes in from any additional pot stores, does that money get directed to a drug program, the police department, a counseling center or anything, or does that just go into the general fund?
Through the chair, that would go into the city's general fund to determine how it wishes to utilize that revenue. And that number will change year to year.
I'm sure.
I think that the council has been very open to looking at how to address any of these issues that come up with any of our medical or our retailers. But so far, our police and have had no issues with them, so that's where we are right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing that, would you like to make a comment too?
My name is Brian. I submitted an application for a marijuana business on Hilton. I represent Joyology. I just had a question of, the MRTMA clearly states, as he read earlier, that you guys are supposed to select the best qualified candidate to operate a marijuana recreational business. there are 7 applicants, and the question is, before I apply to any city, I always call and ask questions and decide whether I should apply in that city. I've applied in over 20 municipalities in the state of Michigan already, so I'm pretty familiar with how to submit an application and decide whether I should give it a shot to apply. So I do ask the questions, and the simple questions are, Ferndale has 5 open stores, 3 of them being recreational and med, 2 of them being med only, and you guys decided to give out 3 more recreational to the candidates that fit that criteria the best. And I just, me being one of 7 in here, I just don't know how that exactly was chosen. Based on question number 12, it says here, the question whether the applicant has business experience in the city. With me and a partner of mine that has prior business in the city, and I have open recreational dispensaries today. So I figure someone that had an open recreational dispensary and operating would probably be better suited because they're following all the compliance laws, or we wouldn't be open today. I just don't figure how someone that doesn't have a store open would be more qualified than someone that does. So I just don't know how that was done. And also my main question was, you guys are giving out 3 recreational licenses. There's already 2 medicinals without recreational, so it makes pretty good sense to me that those 2 medicinal will get the recreational licenses. But when I asked that specific question, that made my decision whether to apply or not was not necessarily, the 2 med ones are not guaranteed a recreational license. So when I got that answer, I said, okay, maybe now I have a shot, because a lot of these cities kind of already are spoken for, but I would assume the 2 meds will get a recreational, because I'd be pretty upset if I wasn't able to get that, because it would hurt my business. So that's basically my question is, out of the 7 applicants, how was it determined who had better business experience? Because I have a partner of that worked in the city, that owned a business in the city, and based on the 1,300, not knocking anyone else, but they said their attorneys have the business experience, but not the applicant. So that's pretty much my question, is how would they determine that someone that doesn't have an existing business open, that follows all the MRMA laws, have less experience than someone that does not have one open. And I know I also consult other businesses on how to follow the regulations, but I'm not, at consulting, I'm not an owner and operator, I'm a consultant, but being an owner and operator is actually, having that experience. So that's my question, I guess, or comment.
What I will do is take the other public comment behind you, and then we'll have our planning manager come back up and explain any more on that selection process.
Thank you.
Oh,
You're together.
oh, you're together. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were separate. Justin, or through the chair or legal?
Through the chair, we'd be happy to follow up personally with exit interviews, but I don't know that it's productive to have an individual back and forth about that application. Dan, the city attorney could speak to the criteria question.
Just very briefly, the speaker focused on one of the criteria that's set forth in section 7-412 subpart F. And there's a number of criteria that are included. That is one of the 16 criteria. And council needs to recall and knows that this is council's decision. What council has currently is a recommendation from staff with respect to its review of the applications received. Council has also, I know, seen and reviewed these applications, and staff has made its best efforts at trying to interpret the voluminous materials provided in the applications to try and make a cogent recommendation for council.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that information, I need a directive from council to go into discussion and debate. As there was no other questions of fact finding? Mayor, I'll move to approve the recommendation to award free marijuana retailer permits as submitted by planning manager. Support. Moved by James, supported by Bukowski.
Through the chair, could I just ask a question? Would you be, Councilwoman, moving to adopt the resolution that's incorporated in the packet?
Oh, that is the motion that I'm making so that we can open up discussion, yes. Okay. The motion on the floor. Are there any comments or questions?
I guess I do have a question. So, according to the packet, and based on everything that we kind of heard, the 3 recommended applicants that stood out were based on not only the criteria that you had, the 16-point criteria, but the reason why they stood out is what's indicated here in the packet. That's why.
Through the chair, I think what is set forth in the resolution is an effort to clarify some of the criteria points that led the staff to make the recommendations regarding identified applicants. So those items that are set forth in the resolution are aspects of the criteria that those applicants have satisfied, and it's some description by staff as it relates to the specifics of those applicants regarding not all, but some of the criteria that were deemed significant and important.
So my question is that based on the selection of these 3, do we have to deal with any sort of I guess legal issues selecting based on these 3? I mean, is it our decision or is it not our decision?
Through the chair, it is council's decision, and council in its ordinances identified criteria which you would evaluate in considering the applicants. And so it's important for council to weigh the applications submitted and determine those applicants that best satisfy that criteria. What's before you is the effort of staff to try and assist council in that regard.
May I just summarize here and redirect a little? Is that we've been through this checklist before. The checklist has worked in our favor in the past with all the other establishments that have sought a permit and approved in this process. So I'm taking the signal that the lack of questions, there is confidence in this process with the applications tonight.
I do have one question through the chair for Justin. With respect to the I believe it's 16 criteria on the checklist, in the staff analysis and recommendation, you did highlight sort of 3 areas where you felt that the applicants that you were recommending excelled in particular. My question is whether out of the various criteria, was there some general weighting of certain criteria over others, or was it more of a holistic overview of all of them in combination?
It was more of a holistic view of all of them. There were, a couple applicants where they couldn't meet, criteria 3, for example, based on the way I interpret it, I would say. So it is sort of a collection of all of 16 of those criteria. So I called these out because I felt that these 3 really exemplified, and particularly with number 13, with their applications, but it was sort of a mixture of all 16, and so there were, I mean, you know, I think it's awesome that Ferndale had that much interest. I mean, 7 applications, but I mean, we had probably over 100 phone calls, you know, in the process, and, you know, I get like 2 to 3 marijuana phone calls per day. So there's definitely a lot of interest, and so the fact that the city received 7 pretty strong applications is great, but I think that these 3 really exemplified all 16 criteria.
All right, folks, there's a motion on the floor. I'm just going to do roll call if there's no other questions. Are there any other further questions at this time? All right, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Polka?
No, with explanation?
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Councilmember, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
I keep seeing things that keep having me go back and forth here. I apologize for the delay.
We need a yes or no vote.
All right, without more time, I'm going to say no.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes, and that passes. All right, we're moving on to the next, oh, sorry, with explanation, sorry.
So at the June 14th meeting, I was the one person that voted no. The reason I voted no at that meeting is because I wanted to have only 5 facilities in total, not 6, and so to carry with my feeling and my vote, I voted no tonight because we did not individually vote on the 3 items. So I could only vote on 2, so therefore I voted no on all 3.
Thank you for your explanation, appreciate that. All right, folks, we're moving on to 8B, consideration of a resolution directing a study of the Community Advisory Board for the Ferndale Police and other departments.
Through the chair, before we proceed forward, I want to make sure that our management assistant, Denise Woods McSwain, are you online and available?
I am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but through the mayor, I have been trying to pull up the document online, and I cannot pull it up. It was there earlier in the week, and now it's no longer available.
Go back to the Granicus Boards and Commissions page.
I did. That's actually where I'm working off of.
And make sure you refresh it and click again. There was an update so that you're probably using a dead link. My apologies.
Or the city meeting.
The agendas for boards and commissions, yeah.
Yep, the Granicus page, yeah.
Through the chair, while we're sussing that out, I wonder if staff, if you have a copy of the resolution available, can you please share your screen on Zoom?
Okay, thank you.
Prepared to share mine with you. So.
I appreciate that. Sorry.
Okay, I will go ahead and introduce this item, and this item will be supported by the city manager's office through Denise Woods McSwain. And our HR director, Dan Jacey, is also available and can comment on the progress we've been making towards the anti-racism resolution. The item that you have before you is really a part of the continuum of our progress report. This relates to Council's anti-racism resolution. As Council and the public may be aware, we've provided progress updates on our progress through the anti-racism resolution multiple times throughout the year. The last touch point publicly was during an informal town hall that was led by Councilwoman Brunner James, and attended by Mayor Piana and staff, to talk about our plans to internally identify and develop an internal racial action equity team, and then externally to move forward with scheduling facilitated community discussions with the intent to also review existing charter language for existing boards and commissions for opportunities to update them to address some of the outstanding concerns from the resolution as it relates to community advisory boards. And so that what is resolved here today is a directive for the city manager's office to formally undertake a study of the charter language that exists specifically for civil service boards, to address it based on what's been presented in the packet in terms of the highlighted recommendations. And all of those study recommendations are, I believe, related back to Council's anti-racism resolution adopted in June 2020. And with that, Denicia, I'm sorry if I just stole your thunder. That was a heck of an introduction. But if you have any supporting materials, please bring them up and present.
Thank you. I'm not sure how much I can follow that awesome introduction, but good evening, Mayor and Council. I just have a little bit of a timeline which kind of visualizes everything that Joe just expressed. Can everyone see that?
Yeah. Behind us, but not in front of us.
Okay.
That's the marijuana. Oh, that's the marijuana?
Sure.
Is that me?
We see the resolution language now. Did you have a PowerPoint as well, or did you just want to walk through the resolution?
I had a visual, but I think you basically went through it for me. Our plan is really just to study the Civil Service Board and the Police and Fire Board to have a better idea of what the boards are capable of and how we can implement equity going forward. Dan, do you have anything to add?
I think one of the things I would like to just say about the Civil Service Board is that it currently does a lot of activities that are somewhat routine. And the reason that they're routine is because a lot of what gets done in the city is governed by collective bargaining agreements. And so as long as we're following the things for collective bargaining agreement, they are basically approved. And so what we're proposing here is taking a look at the Civil Service Board because there is room in that they have the capacity, I guess, to take on additional responsibilities. So it would be something that we could look at to see if they could handle, equity issues, racial equity issues, and the like.
And through the chair, I'll just finish to put a punctuation on what's being proposed. Through the resolution, our office will be directed to study the issue. The recommendation that we would bring back the intent of the recommendation is to give council a decision point as to whether it makes sense to consider a charter amendment process, which is a significant process. It requires significant planning and timing and community engagement. So understanding the feasibility of this and how it fits goals is important to understand that going into the 2022 new year. With that, we'll take questions.
Through the chair, do we have any sort of estimate on how many human hours are going to be allocated to this? How much time that will take away from somebody's current role?
I do not. I do not. That would be a team effort, as always, led by our management assistant, Denicia, and it's already included in the strategic priorities of our HR director this year through the equity initiatives. Myself as well. And a little bit of City Attorney Chris' time.
Through the chair. So I like the concept. I have some serious issues with some of the direct and limited focus on our police department. And I would support something that looked more like a community advisory board for the city of Ferndale employees, because there's nothing to say, and I don't know of any record that this is, but I'm using this as an example, but you know, personnel in our fire department treating a citizen in a certain way, or someone from our DPW treating someone in a certain way, that is unacceptable. So I really have issue with this totally focusing on our police department and not on our entire city staff.
I would love to add to that.
I think Dan
That's through the chair,
Through the chair.
that's the mayor's decision. I'm when she'd like staff to respond.
I think that this resolution is a kickoff to a study. And I think, based off of conversations with Councilwoman James, is that for me to move forward on investigating what is as part of our anti-racism declaration was a community advisory committee for the police department specifically. This resolution is to address that and to move forward on that. I think that this gets us going in the direction, and that there are many steps and documents to come out of it, but this is sort of like a kickoff of the formal process. We are expecting significant community engagement through this process. And I think through how we identify what that looks like, because we have some ideas, but we haven't come up with the engagement activities yet, right? But this was the formal kickoff saying that this is going to be the next step of fulfilling the city council's direction in the anti-racism declaration, as well as I think there is interest in exploring how to move beyond this, but to have something specifically, and more inclusive than just the police department. I think I would be open to that as part of this process and where it fits. But specifically, if we do something that is community advisory board that is related to the police department, the civil service board rules, as we have learned, are outdated and not modern and not reflecting. And so there is a charter amendment process that needs to be followed in order to align any outcome from the conversations we have with the community, if whether this is the right approach or not. So I think your concerns will be addressed through this process. That's what I'm trying to say. Even though the specific resolution is to address this specific thing, I think we're open and willing to have, how do we fit that in?
I guess,
where does it fit in?
Yeah.
We don't have answers tonight. This is just to say we're willing to commit, though, to figuring that out.
And I appreciate that. I guess my concern is that if we go down the singular road of a police advisory board, that all of those conversations will be totally focused around the police department, and at the point that we want to make a decision, we'll have not investigated what it looks like for other departments. So we're basically saying, well, if it's good for the police, it's going to be good for everybody. And I don't know if that's necessarily true.
I think you're correct in your assessment. I also think that our racial equity team that we're starting on behalf of the city staff is going to be part of this discussion as well, to address those concerns as they come up for departments unrelated to the police department. But I think Councilwoman James, would you like to?
Yeah, I do want to chime in on this topic, and then I have some other thoughts I'd like to share about it. But on the question of whether the language should focus on the police department to the exclusion of other departments, I personally would be open to an amendment that includes a phrase along the lines of and other departments as deemed appropriate or something like that, because I think that does meet the spirit of the resolution that was passed last June. When I've engaged in that discussion with community members, staff members, I've engaged in a lot of discussions around this. It's gone back and forth, frankly, because on one hand, I think sometimes people are concerned that if we open the scope too wide, then it loses the impact of what the community has really requested around, the police accountability dialogue that was so strong, especially last year, but continuing on before and after. But ultimately, personally, I would be comfortable with adding that language so that the focus isn't so hyper that we lose an opportunity to be a little bit more holistic in our approach.
I appreciate that, and if there's an opportunity that we can, again, not necessarily broaden the scope of all of the investigation, but at least acknowledge that through the process, we are still looking at the city as a whole, and it's not a pinpoint, focus on just the police department.
If I may, through the chair, I guess I'm just, when I look at the suggested action, and when I look at the resolution, I see other departments already listed in here. Is it because they're not stated, or what's the?
You mean in the memo from the resolution?
Right. And also in the suggested action, I see other departments as well. So I'm just wondering, and because this is a study in order to further develop, I took it as we were going not only with the police department, but the other departments as well.
I can see how the discrepancy was identified. So I think the intention is there, it's in the memo. We just need to find space in the resolution that reflects what's in the memo. Councilman Polika, are you okay with that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That the intentions that everybody here has, including other departments, is in the memo. We just need to take some of that language and reflect it in the resolution.
Yeah, and I just talked to our lawyer, and in number 1, it says regarding a community advisory board for the Ferndale Police Department and other departments.
So that means, does that meet your requirements?
That meets my requirements.
Okay. Good discussion, folks. I think everybody has thoughtful intentionality around these conversations and want to make sure we get it right. Are there any other questions from council about this resolutions and intentions? Once we pass this, can you just reiterate what's the next thing to happen, and when will we see some documents about how this current process works?
Yeah, through the chair, if I may, Dan Jacy, now I think it'd be helpful for you to add some additional context about your role with the Civil Service Board and your observations of it currently today. And it's also a timely opportunity to plug tomorrow night's community conversation that'll happen here, sponsored by the Racial Equity Action Team. So Dan, can you just give us a preview of tomorrow night and talk a little bit more about the Civil Service Board?
Sure. I think first I'm going to talk about the Civil Service Board because I don't lose my train of thought with that. But the one thing to the council members' comments about including all the departments, that is coming out to be a really strong part of racial equity and best practices as recommended by GARE. And the Civil Service Board in particular does oversee more than just police and fire. It actually oversees regular employees as well. So there's a framework there that could parlay nicely into these additional responsibilities. So that's part of what the study will examine. But I'm also really excited to announce that our town hall on the town hall on racial equity, a conversation about racial equity, is tomorrow night. It is from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. The facilitator is Harry Weaver, and he's a veteran facilitator of anti-bias, diversity, and inclusion training. And he's developed programs for over 20 years on this topic. So we're really excited to have him.
And people can attend in person in City Hall and also participate virtually, correct?
That is correct. So we will do, for comments from the audience that are away, we will do a call to council type situation where people can leave their comments, and then we will try to incorporate those comments into the discussion that's being facilitated in the room.
For more information, you can look to our website and all of our social media channels, as I'm sure our Director of Communications is feverishly pushing this event. So please join us.
If I may, through the chair, is that going to be via Zoom or Facebook Live, or how's it going to be?
It will be conducted the same fashion as our city council meetings, because that's what folks are used to. So
All right.
same Zoom link, same bat channel, same bat time.
And is that out there somewhere for people to be able to gain access to? Because I don't know if I've seen the Zoom link. Is it a?
Through the chair, Kara, could you step up to the podium and speak on that, please?
Yes, absolutely. The event is on our website under events, and then it's also a Facebook event, so we have it out there as well. We are promoting the fact that it's in person, but we have the Zoom link included on all of these resources as well, so that people can feel free to attend whichever they're comfortable with.
All right. I also said that I would open us up to public comment, and
You want to do that before comment from council?
yeah, why don't I do that now? Kyle, our assistant city manager, will take comments from Zoom phone call in about this item.
Yep, and first up we have Go ahead.
Am I? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, my name is Prasad Venugopal. I live on West Troy Street. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on the proposed request for action and the accompanying resolution regarding the city's declaration of commitment to anti-racism that it made last year at its June 8th meeting. And I certainly want to thank Denicia, Dan, and everyone else who has been doing the work on the racial equity process that was outlined in that resolution. That resolution proposed the creation of a community advisory board for the Ferndale Police Department. My concerns about tonight's resolution and request for action are that it undermines the intent of that June 20th commitment, June 2020 commitment. First, I note that the intended request calls for yet another study, 16 months after the original resolution, with a timeline that extends to June 2022. To that, I can only quote James Baldwin, quote, "There is never time in the future in which we work out our salvation. The challenge is in the moment, the time is always now," end quote. Second, I note that the proposal changes the language about the Community Advisory Board in 3 key ways that I believe conflict with and undermine the intent of the original declaration. Number one, rather than the creation of a Community Advisory Board, the new resolution proposes, quote, "a community advisory function," end quote. These are very different outcomes, with the latter representing a dilution of the intent of the 21st century model. That model clearly envisions independent citizen oversight of police departments. Each community establishes its own local parameters for independent citizen review. This principle is reinforced by the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, NACOL, in its study of effective practices, where it identified independence as, quote, "one of the most important and defining concepts of civilian oversight of law enforcement," end quote. It equally emphasized the role of a, quote, "civilian oversight body as an institution representing the interests of the local community, with community and stakeholder input regarding how civilian oversight should function and which accountability issues it should address in the creation of a best fit oversight system that can meet community needs and expectations," end quote. I don't believe the proposed resolution meets either standard. 2, the proposed resolution also expands the community advisory function to other departments besides the PD, and I heard the comments of council on that. While I have no doubt that all city departments would benefit from independent civilian oversight on racial equity issues, the 2020 resolution clearly contained a specific directive about an advisory board for the PD. For other departments, the June 2020 declaration calls upon HR to address racial equity issues and concerns in those departments. Conflating the two would likely harm each effort. And finally, number 3, The new proposal envisions an existing board or commission could be amended to undertake such responsibilities. In particular, the Civil Service Board has been identified as such a body. If council and the city want to protect the purpose of the Community Advisory Board, making it one among a myriad of other responsibilities of a civil service board would do the opposite, dilute its civilian and racial justice oversight functions. If you want to promote the participation of the broader community, especially people of color, in the city's racial justice initiatives, using an existing structure like the Civil Service Board to fit a purpose that has never existed to address, nor has addressed in any meaningful way over the many decades of its existence, would do precisely the opposite. I call upon Council to use the effective practices of the 21st century community policing model and NACO as the basis for the formation of a community advisory board as outlined in the June 2020 declaration, which was adopted by City Council. I repeat my concerns about tonight's resolution, that it undermines the intent of the June 2020 commitment to racial justice and equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad.
Next, Mayor Kat Latash.
Hi, this is Kat Latash again, calling in from Breckenridge and formerly Albany and formerly Vester and Science, because I've lived here since 1992. I would like to share some perspectives on the resolution to consider, particularly clause 1 in the resolution, which talks about the discussion regarding whether an existing board or commission, such as the Civil Service Board, should be authorized to undertake such responsibilities, or whether a new board or commission should be created. And I really want to thank all of you for moving this forward. However, like Prasad, I will share, concerns about the length of time that this has taken. We are 15 months since the anti-racism statement was first passed, and now we're looking at another 9 months for another study to be completed. So I have three main concerns. The third is my largest concern. And the concerns, I think, what I'd really like to see happen is for these to be considered as you're thinking about this process. So first, size. The existing Civil Service Commission, and this could be a simple fix, but it's defined as 3 people. 3 people cannot possibly represent the community and its many and varied concerns as a community advisory board to address multiple and complicated issues. And perhaps expansion of that is part of the plan. The second issue is one that I've already mentioned, it's time. It's already been 15 months, and now it's being asked to authorize this issue to be studied for another 9. And I'm concerned about studying this, particularly around the Civil Service Commission idea, because I think that route has a fatal flaw. And if you pursue it, it'll only further delay this process and what really needs to happen, and that's the setting up of an independent community advisory board. So regarding the fatal flaw, and this is my main concern here, that I would really love for everyone there to be thinking about, and that's the relationship of a community advisory board to the council and to the city. There's an inherent conflict of interest, I think, in having the city or mayor have the power over this commission, including the power to choose who sits on this particular advisory board that would advise on a very thorny issue, police policies, race assessments, and more. I think many of us on this call and in council chambers would agree that unconscious bias is a thing. All of us make judgments about people and situations all the time, oftentimes without us even recognizing that we're doing it. And sometimes we make very conscious compromises when there are competing interests. Those compromises have not historically benefited people of color, or we wouldn't be having this conversation today. We know the power structures are real and that the city and police department have deeply rooted relationships. They often rely on one another to work and are deeply connected. To have a community advisory board that is rooted in a civil service commission nestled under the power and authority of the city is likely to be antithetical to actual anti-racist principles. anti-racist principles, which were framed in your own statement. Anti-racism principles state and dictate that decision-making processes must be scrutinized to eliminate and interrupt bias in the process. Bias which could very well be created in a strategy of repurposing an existing civil service commission to do this work. And then to further tie selection of its members to the current or any future mayor's personal choice is not an anti-racist action. Tying selection of an advisory board members to a mayor's preference is a setup for bias, reinforced in policy for the future. And I fear that the commission will be subject to the current temperature and climate of whoever the mayor may be. Now, maybe some of these issues can be resolved in the study.
I'm going to gently remind you, you're at your 3 minutes for public comment.
Okay, I'll close this up.
Thank you.
An independent community advisory board designed with a clear charge and guiding principle to create a separation of these conflicts is crucially important for accountability, for the safety of the voices to speak up, for transparency, and for sustainability of these principles. So I would really urge this body to think through this and apply these anti-racist principles in whether or not to consider the Civil Service Commission. Thank you. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thanks, Kat. Are there any other commenters?
No, Mayor.
Okay.
So through the chair, Ms. Latosh, I think brings up a very valid point. You know, if we as council pick people, there may be some bias in the people that we select for this committee. We could even pick people that then pick people for the committee, and there's still going to be bias and a level of mistrust of the city. Maybe it's not the city that creates this group, but a nonprofit. They create a group themselves. They choose the people amongst them who they want to represent and create a document that then works with the city on what documentation can be shared with this committee, almost like a Ferndale ACLU.
I appreciate that comment.
If I may, through the chair, based on what you said, that even if it is a nonprofit, I don't think there's a way that will eliminate unconscious biasness.
No, it won't. I agree with that. I'm sorry.
Yep, so
let's go through the chair, please.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Not a debate at the dais.
Okay. And so, you know, I don't know if this is a solution or anything like that, but I felt like however the process we go about this, if this even becomes an application process where you have to determine, you know, state why you want to be on a board or commission such as this, I think that there was something to the selection process with the master land use. There was no bias.
May I interrupt for
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think we're ahead of where
Okay,
you
all
guys
right.
are further along than
All
where
right.
we're at of talking about a committee.
Yeah.
We're here about talking about studying how does the Civil Service Board work? How does it provide accountability now? How do we design unconscious bias in the process going forward? What does a community advisory board look like when we already have something demanded in the charter that we deliver? So if we create another advisory board, we're going to have to follow the charter on the Civil Service Board. So we'll have two functional boards that could override and oppose one another, but one is we have to fulfill by the charter, and the other one that is being suggested that we heard from comments tonight is something that I think all of us are open to consider, but to make that happen, you have to look at the Civil Service Board of what is not functioning, how it could function better. Should it be ended and adopted a new community advisory board, or should they be blended? Because that is our starting point. This is where we are, and we aren't selecting anybody right now. We're asking staff to present to us, how does the process work now, visually? Where does accountability come in? Where are there gaps? We also know that our Civil Service Board members have expressed that they are underutilized and feel like they need to take a look at the charter language to see where citizens could be better providers of insight through this process. So while there is community, what I'm hearing from community members is like, do this one process on the community advisory side. You can't do it separate and isolated from the Civil Service Board discussion. Otherwise, we will be crossing streams like Ghostbusters and things will not work well. In a bad analogy, it's late. So that is kind of where we are. So we are not even talking about selection of a process right now. We're talking about how do we get council to kick off this conversation with the community, present us appropriate documents now so that we can continue working with the community on navigating this. And while I understand people think we should go faster, we haven't had the capacity to go faster with everything going on with COVID, changeover in police leadership, and things like that. But we are dedicated, and council is here tonight, really supportive of making sure that we move forward on what we put in the resolution a year ago.
Well, if I may, through the chair. So this is and it needs to be stated that, because when I look at this resolution, it looks like we have a framework as to how we're going to go about things based on this resolution. Is it clear to everyone here that we are doing a study, we're determining how this will go about, and nothing is set in stone as to how we're going to proceed with this? Is that what I'm to understand? Whether it be the selection process, whether it be how we do any of it.
Through the chair, as drafted, the resolution does not make any decision. It's simply a report and recommendation back to council, which will ultimately decide. That in bullet point 3, it's designed to have the report and recommendation after the research and study.
So I'm asking you to be patient with your questions, because you ask great questions, and so do the residents who are on the call tonight. We want to answer them, but we are not farther along in that process where we have answers. And we owe it to the residents to explain how the Civil Service Board works now, how it could work in the future. How do we do a blended, do we do a new, do we cancel the Civil Service Board? If we can't, these are all on the table. I have no particular path tonight to explore, but I think more of an openness to make sure that we are doing it inclusively in a really intentional, engaged way with our community going forward.
If I may, through the chair. As one of the people who has sort of pushed for this over the last couple of months, I do want to echo some of the sentiments that have been discussed insofar as there is no predisposition or presupposition that either, the Civil Service Board certainly will incorporate the function of a community advisory board. What it really contemplates is putting all options on the table, anywhere from completely striking the Civil Service Board from the charter and leaving the charter silent on that issue and creating a community advisory board in a different document, or striking the Civil Service Board from the charter and replacing it with a newly created community advisory board. Or it may also include revising the civil service description to incorporate
those function. It does not presuppose any of those options. None of them are necessarily preferred over others. What it does is ask staff to consider whether there is a relationship between these two things. And the reason why it was important to me to consider these things in relation to one another is because we know we have a board that has been codified within our charter that needs to be modernized. It is way overdue for revision and reevaluation. And so to go through a major process like establishing a new board or commission and to simply ignore that for yet another election cycle, I think is a disservice. So that's my 2 cents in terms of all options are on the table, and I also would sort of highlight the language in the resolution that calls for identifying best practices in the composition of the advisory group, including size and qualification for members. I added that language myself to sort of highlight the fact that this doesn't assume necessarily that the existing civil service board is going to take this on with its current composition and description. So it is my hope that we can pass this resolution and move forward so that we can engage in the process of really trying to revitalize this discussion, which will have to include an awful lot of community discussion, because if this does lead to a charter amendment, that's got to go before voters. And it does not make sense for us to proceed with unless we have a fair amount of engagement and consensus building around how we want to approach this. So those are my 2 cents.
Through the chair, if I may. First of all, thank you for all your work on this. This has been immense. I'm eager to see this move forward. I will say I share the concern that was voiced by one of our residents regarding advisory board. And reading this, again, after she had mentioned that, I do worry that if we phrase it under advisory board, the way that it is currently worded, would that preclude the option of something that's independent so that council's not appointing anybody, the mayor's not appointing anybody, that we have a citizen selection process? Is that still possible with the current language?
I don't see why not, personally, but I don't know, someone correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think I don't think how we create it is decided in the suggested action.
Yeah, the outcome of the final model is not reflected in this resolution. That is to be determined. Right? There's a lot of factors. And
I guess my point of confusion then was we went through an exercise early in 2020 where we re-examined the boards and commissions and determined how members were appointed and what the responsibility of the commission was. So, and what the limitations of the commission was. And that's really where the crux of it is. So again, if that doesn't preclude the ability for us to have commission members appointed in some sort of citizen way, I don't know how to word it, then I would feel great about that. But I want to make sure that is very clear and that that's something that staff can investigate.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, there are a number of ways we can create boards and commissions. Council can choose to create them, or we can write language that is then put on the ballot and the people vote for the creation of this type of commission, and it has very specific responsibilities. In that aspect, you could, and correct me if I'm wrong, you could say that 3 of 6 positions, or 3 of 5, or 4 of 7 are going to be elected positions, you know, where people could be elected by the people to this commission. Is that something that's possible?
I'd like to say we'll study it, but I think that's going to, well, I do think that there's some complexity there. And
We can't determine that outcome tonight as part of this resolution.
I'd say the city manager's office acknowledges the value of independence and oversight. And so as we study the issue, we'll study with the lens of independence. That will be part of our analysis. And we'll, of course, as part of our legal review, we'll review our intent against conflicts for the existing ordinance and existing charter language, because that would have to be addressed, to your point.
And just continuing through the chair, this is a very complex issue. This isn't something that's going to be, you know, easily resolved by just creating a commission and saying, this is what your duties are. There are large cities that, you know, have a difficulty creating them, and they have a lot more resources to support them than we do. So it's going to be a long, tough road. People, I think, need to be prepared for that. We can either do it or we can do it right. Those are our options, and I'd rather do it right. Thank you.
Is it possible, through the chair, is it possible for us to include, because I don't see it here, something along the lines of language in the suggested action? That we incorporate it somehow, that is also going to be understood.
Language? Can you clarify?
Well, language as to what the function of the board will be. Will it be called an advisory function? Will it be called a board? So
That's part of the recommended actions.
Yeah. That's the second document.
I would say 2F and 2G.
I'm sorry, where are you at?
In the actual resolution body.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Your questions are very valuable, and I think
I don't see it here at all. Am I looking at something here?
You have an old one.
Am I looking at the right thing here?
Probably not.
No.
Okay.
There you go.
That's the joys of having the written
All right.
F and G.
All right, thank you. I apologize then, because now I see it there. I didn't see it here. So, thank you.
Okay. I think this is really great conversation. But also indicative of the complicated conversations we will have going forward. This won't be easy, but it's a necessary one. If there's no further questions, we need a motion.
I move to approve the resolution directing the city manager's office to research, study, and develop and prepare a report and recommendation to City Council regarding a community advisory function for the Ferndale Police Department and other departments, including whether any existing board or commission should be authorized to undertake such responsibilities or whether a new board or commission should be created as submitted by graduate assistant.
Moved by Polika, supported by Mikulski. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lake Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
And Mayor Piano.
Yes. All right, that concludes our, oh, we have one more item that was moved from consent agenda, and it is now 8C, which is approval of license plate recognition bid award to Passport Labs in the amount of $43,360.80 to be paid from account 585-000-977-000 and $5,002 in annual software licensing and support fees to be paid from account 585-000-818-000. And I think helping to present this tonight is our parking guru, Bruce Campbell.
Yes, through the chair, Bruce Campbell's our Director of parking through Wreath Parking, which is our contractor. Bruce can talk to us a little bit tonight about the license plate recognition bid process, the product, and I believe we do have support from Passport Parking to answer any questions about their service.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, city manager, for allowing me to present tonight. Al, how do I get this, my presentation up on the?
I'll pull the copy you sent me.
Okay.
Kyle, I have it up. Here you go. Bruce, you just tell me when to go to next.
Okay, thank you. So, again, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this tonight, and I realize it was moved from the consent agenda to the regular agenda. You all may recall seeing what you have on the screen here previously. This information was presented along with the residential parking permit discussion that we had back in June 14th, I believe it was, about the same time. This discussion about residential parking brought on a discussion about how we could improve our efficiencies with residential parking, and we wanted to improve our technology in the implementation of our enforcement or the management of our enforcement. So this YLPR enforcement slide that you see up here now talks about the things we talked about then. I understand that there's a portion of this that we did not talk about during the previous presentation, and we'll get to that shortly. But just to go over the key points why we are asking for LPR, one of the main reasons is the efficiencies we achieve with from a staffing standpoint. The system is more accurate, and the system also allows us to enforce repeat offenders more efficiently than we do now. Next slide, Cal. The first slide showed you a vehicle with LPR units or LPR infrastructure attached to the top of it. It was hard to see. We'll look at it a little more closely here shortly. But the hardware for these vehicles, the hardware is mounted to vehicles in a position that allows it to take a snapshot, real-time snapshot of individual license plates. Right now, our enforcement staff use a handheld device to punch license plate numbers into the handheld to determine whether or not that vehicle should be there or not. This system does that automatically, and the system sends infractions to the officer's mobile device in real time. And we have the ability, we have some flexibility with how we actually, if there's a citation that needs to be issued, we can print it out just like we do now. And there's also the ability to send an infraction to a person's home address for where the vehicle's registered to. That's not what we're proposing here, but it's a technology improvement or flexibility that we don't have now. Next slide, Kyle. So the zones that we're enforcing now, we have 7 zones. We have approximately 157 residential passes and about 300 guest passes. The current residential enforcement, the way we do it now, when we're staffed, fully staffed, is we have 2 people in a vehicle driving around. One person's driving. One person is using their handheld to input the information to determine whether or not that vehicle should be there or not. Currently, we don't have enough staff to do it appropriately at the appropriate levels. License plate recognition, the system that we're asking for will allow us to do this with one person, and it will allow us to do it more efficiently and more quickly. Next slide, Kyle. We took these estimates for how much we're spending in labor using our current system in 2019. This was not last year, COVID year. It's hard to get good numbers on that, but 2019, 2018, we averaged about $45,000 a year in labor. We broke out residential enforcement only. If we are able to get LPR, when we start using LPR, that savings will be almost a quarter of what we're spending now. Next slide, Kyle. And the cost for this, as you see in the council packet, when we proposed this, the unit cost of $47,000 actually, what's in the council packet now is $49,000, and the reason for that is we included a 5-year warranty in the package, so it bumped up the price some, and we also included a better device within the vehicle, which increased the amount by that approximately $2,000, and the life cycle for the equipment is 8 to 10 years. Next slide, Cal. And that's what the inside of the vehicle looks like when you have the system mounted in the vehicle. Next slide. And I also realized the city manager commented that I don't think what I just presented, I think for a refresher, most of you all know that, but there is a discussion that we wanted to have about privacy and how this system, how we're going to manage the system from a privacy standpoint. In our process, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I thought through the chair, we'd add some context by having our partner at Passport introduce themselves, introduce how their product works, and I think if they want to speak a little bit about how they address issues of privacy, both in data and just through surveillance, the actual application of the system, that'd be helpful to set a table for a conversation. And the city attorney can answer any questions from a legal perspective around license plate recognition in the state of Michigan.
Thank you, and I'm gonna introduce, and Mark's on the screen right now, Mark from Passport, but what I was going to say is in the implementation process, there's a document that we produce that we partner with Mark on, in addition with the city, in creating a privacy document, and Mark's going to talk about that. Mark?
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Mark Schleier. I'm the Regional Sales Director for Passport Parking. We are currently a partner with the city and with Reef. We are the software developer for the citation management system, the permit system, the mobile payment app. So we do quite a bit already with the city. So this is kind of an add-on product for the citation system. So this would be the ability, as Bruce mentioned, to scan a license plate very, very quickly. It's a much safer environment for the officer. The officer will be really focusing on driving and focusing on the road and letting the camera do the work. The camera will scan license plates and let the officer know if someone is paid through a pay station, through a mobile app, if they're a permit holder, if they're a scofflaw, if they owe over a certain number of citations, let's say. It can also do chalking. It can digitally chalk a tire so it can say, okay, this person's been in a 2-hour zone, but they've been there for longer than that period. And then, so it does all that kind of automatically for the officer. Again, the officer can kind of keep their attention more on the road. We have about 1,400 clients. Many of our clients use LPRs. It's used really throughout the country, throughout the world. It's rare to find it kind of a city that's not using LPR, license plate recognition, to some extent, whether it's at the police department or for parking enforcement. Some of the cities kind of in your neck of the woods that are clients of ours that use it, South Haven, Royal Oak, Ann Arbor is about to. Also, University of Michigan is about to, is a client of ours as well that will be using LPR in the very near future. So as far as privacy is concerned, I did want to just share my screen real quick and excuse me. And so I just kind of pulled up, I just punched in kind of LPR privacy policy. What we would recommend is putting out a privacy policy so that you're really letting people know kind of how the LPR works, where the data is being stored, how long the data is being stored, who has access to the data. And so those are answers to questions that the city can come up with, but it's really important to kind of put out a privacy policy. These are kind of just some of the similar things. This is University of Illinois, but really, how is your personal information being used? Is your personal information shared with any third parties? How is it protected? How long is it being stored for? That type of thing. So, and then this would be the privacy policy for Claremont, California. Again, very similar information about how the data is being used, how it's being stored. It's all a hosted web-based environment, all encrypted. All the data is encrypted. So the everything is hosted through Amazon Web Services, and so the data is going to only be accessible by people with kind of that administrative right. They would be able to go in and look at license plates, but not necessarily whether that person is has a background, a criminal background, or anything like that. That potentially could be used by a police department if they needed to look at the LPR data. But your average user of the system is not going to. All they'll be able to see would be license plate data. Again, Washington State University, just a little bit more of a kind of a different privacy policy here, but the use of the data, the retention of the data, and that type of thing. Any questions I can answer on that?
Through the chair, that concludes staff's presentation.
Are there any questions from staff or our council?
Yes, through the chair. Again, I think this is probably a staff question. This may be a question for our staff attorney. So recently, chalking tires has been unconstitutional in violation of Fourth Amendment rights. How is this different than chalking tires? To me, this is the digital equivalent of chalking tires.
Well, through the chair, the Sixth Circuit in the chalking tires case determined that the touching of the tire constituted a trespass for purposes of this is visual. There is nothing with respect to the license plate that is certainly on a public road. It's been determined by the Sixth Circuit to be an expectation of privacy with respect to information. So there's not been a Fourth Amendment issue associated with the ADLR technology. There are certain states, though, that do regulate that type of data transmission. Michigan does not have a statute on that. There are about, at this point, I believe 16 states in the country that regulate in some manner what information can be obtained through that, certain issues with respect to the retention and disclosure of that type of information. There was a case in Virginia recently that the Supreme Court did reverse it and determine that while it had initially thought, a lower court had determined that the ADLR violated that Virginia data statute, the Supreme Court last year determined that it did not constitute the violation of the definitions of that data protection statute.
That's good to know. In terms of data that we can access through the tool, so if somebody is scanning a license plate, would you end up seeing their name, address, things like that, or is it just a yes/no system as to whether they're registered with the city within these residential parking programs?
Yeah, Bruce, if it's okay if I jump in for that one?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the only thing that the officer is gonna know is if that person has a valid parking session. So that license plate ABC 123 has paid at a pay station, has paid through the Passport mobile app, is a permit holder, or doesn't have a parking session that's paid and deserves a citation in that case. But no, there won't be any personal identifiable information that will be available to the officer at that point.
That's great. And one final question, and then I swear I will probably be done with this, fingers crossed. In terms of practicality, so Joe, I had asked you a little bit earlier today about sticker programs. I imagine in the past we had sticker programs and window hangers, and we are still using window hangers for guest passes. In terms of manpower associated with scanning visually, going down a street and looking for stickers, to me that doesn't seem like a difficult task. How is this more efficient in terms of scanning? Again, I know it's automated, it's going through and it's scanning the license plates, but eyes work fast too when you're driving around, and it's a visual indicator, and it's there in front of you without having to parse through a database. So can you tell me a little bit about why this is operationally efficient and needed?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't speak for Bruce.
So I think through the chair, Councilwoman, I think it's exactly what you just said. I think currently to enforce residential parking, we have two people in a vehicle. We have one driving, we have one punching in individually license plates. The fact that this system does this in an automated fashion streamlines our timeline, and it helps with accuracy. So I think those two factors just make it a much faster process, and it makes it much more accurate.
Bruce, are there any challenges for the visual confirmation? So if you weren't looking for a license plate, I think the question is if you're not looking for a license plate, but you're looking for a sticker, if you could imagine a Metro Park sticker, for instance.
So
challenges with that.
Well, so the challenges with stickers. So license plates as a credential is the most accurate form of enforcing parking. Using stickers, using hang tags, the problem with that is people lose their hang tags. Sometimes stickers and windows aren't very easy to see, depending on the angle that you're trying to see the back of the vehicle or the front of the vehicle. You know, there are many, I think there are visual obstacles, not an obstacle in front of the vehicle, but just your sight alignment doesn't always allow you to pick up whatever it is that you're trying to look at in a windshield, as opposed to using the system to pick up the tag. Now, going back to the guest passes, we've created a digital guest pass, the hang tags that we're using now. We've created a digital hang tag or guest permit that helps us to move away from those hang tags for the very reason that I just talked about. One, just a lot of times people don't use them. Their visitors get tickets, and that turns into a whole administrative cycle. That's one. Two, as we are exposing people to digital guest passes, they can go into the system themselves and put in a license plate for a guest that's coming to visit them, and they don't have to try and keep up with those hang tags, because to replace a hang tag administratively, there's a charge to it that some residents, for various reasons, obviously don't really appreciate. But there's a cost administratively to managing that hang tag system and that permitting and that sticker system, whereas this is self-contained. The LPR system is self-contained. So I hope that answers your question.
I think it does. I mean, I struggle with the concept that administratively it would cost more than $5,000 a year to have a stickering system, but that's neither here nor there. So I thank you. That was a great explanation.
Through the chair, I just have a couple of quick follow-ups, because I caught a couple of details that I wanted to make sure I'm understanding accurately. One, just to clarify, because I think the comments from the vendor might have left a wrong impression, but we're looking at deploying this strictly in the residential permit zones, not in commercial zones associated with kiosks, at least for now.
Correct.
Is that, okay. And the other thing that I just sort of thought about a bit, since I live in one of these zones, I've had stickers, hangers, license plates. I've sort of run the gambit. This is more of a comment than a question, but one thing that did occur to me is that snow-covered cars, it's really hard to find a sticker anywhere, and I know that we were always very inconsistent with where the stickers went, and I do tend to recall that when we were using stickers, it was much, much more subject to error. So that's just sort of my 2 cents as a user within this system.
Through the chair, back in the day, I interacted with many of those residents' calls. There was a lot of complaints in the winter, especially about the adhesives. We must have tried 3 different sticker adhesives that none really worked well in the winter. But yeah, there's inconsistency with residents executing the instructions in terms of locations. It was kind of all over the front, the rear. There was some fraudulent issues that we were dealing with in terms of doctoring, fake permits on the placard side of things. We had the same issue with fake ADA permits as well. So all of those issues, the digitization helped make us more, I'd say, reliably consistent on the service side.
Are there any other questions? Great, thank you, Bruce, and thank you, Passport Parking, for staying late via Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we need a resolution. Motion.
I move to approve the license plate recognition bid award to Passport Labs, Inc. in the amount of $44,360.80 to be paid from account 585-000-977-000 and $5,002 and annual software licensing and support fees to be paid from account 585-000-818-000 as submitted by the general manager for Reef Parking.
Support.
Moved by Polika, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Leaks-May. Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks-May?
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Member Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. All right, thank you, everybody, for participating in our agenda. We are now moving on to call to council with staff updates first.
Through the chair, we will be brief this evening, but we do have some timely updates. So first is Kara Sokol, our Director of Communications.
Yes, just really quickly, I just put a post up on the city's social media this evening reminding everybody, I think it's been mentioned already tonight, but we have community conversation about race and equity tomorrow evening here in council chambers, as well as via Zoom. And then on Wednesday evening, we have the ARPA funding community town hall. That's going to be all virtual. So I realize we've got council tonight and then 2 meetings right in a row here, but they're both really important opportunities to get involved. And the more people who attend and share their feedback, the better. So I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for all of us to kind of help share this information and make sure people know about it. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kara. Next, our DPW Director, Dan Antosik, to just send out a leaf season reminder.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening tonight, Mayor and Council. Just a friendly reminder that leaf season is right around the corner from us, and we will begin curbside leaf removal the week of October 25th. But between now and then, residents do have the ability to place their yard waste leaves in either yard waste bags or a container that is properly labeled as yard waste for curbside collection. And thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Dan. I'm going to piggyback a little bit and have Chief Robinson speak a little bit about her comments on leaf season and anything else from the fire department.
You guys hear me through this mic?
No. Sorry.
All right, so I just wanted to piggyback on that for a little reminder of caution for residents as you start. I already saw people starting to rake all their leaves into the street. So when you start getting the piles of leaves in the streets, use caution parking your vehicle on top of those leaves. A hot tailpipe and exhaust system and engine on top of dry leaves can very easily lead to fire, and I don't think anybody wants to lose their car that way. So just use a lot of caution if you need to park your car in the street, trying to avoid doing it on top of larger piles of leaves.
Thank you. Just a few more updates to close this out. Marty, could you give us an update on updates to the polling location changes?
Yes, so the Kulik Center houses precincts 3 and 9. So we have worked with Ferndale High School to relocate those precincts to the media space in the high school. So precinct 2 votes there as well. So we'll have additional staff on hand to make sure that each precinct is well separated. It's a large room, and precinct 2 only uses a small part of it. So that's where precincts 2, 3, and 9 will be voting in November. For folks who prefer to vote from home, we do have AV ballots available, and we will be sending out new voter ID cards to the 4,000 some voters who are impacted by the relocation. Those are going out in the mail tomorrow, and I'm working with communications to get the word out to the community as well.
Thank you. And then Justin Lyons, if you can give an update on another engagement event this month. We have several.
Thanks, Joe. So just briefly, I think you've heard me speak about the master plan, climate action plan, parks and recreation plan process. That's all being branded as Plan Ferndale, so I don't have to say that every single time going forward, but you'll probably see a few of these flyers that you can't really see on Zoom, but in any case, there's flyers that you'll see all over town that are being passed out just to promote the efforts, but on October 26th and 27th, there will be 3 virtual summits focused on one on development, one focused on climate action, and one focused on parks and recreation. So you can visit planferndale.com to RSVP for that, and it's also on the city's Facebook page. We also do have some coloring activities that were out at the Fall Festival this weekend for kids, grandkids. share these around. It essentially just says, what do you want to see? And it's just a good prompt for kids to color and draw what they'd like to see in the future of Ferndale. I think over the weekend we saw a couple castles, maybe a dragon or two, and some rainbows. So lofty goals for this upcoming planned Ferndale effort. Thanks.
That's awesome, Justin. And well, that closes us out with our Parks and Rec Director, Lorena Wheeler. Lorena, are you still on?
Yes, I am still here. It was a great event that we had, and I thank Justin and all of the members of the committee for the Master Parks Plan that came out and assisted with that activity. So again, our Fall Festival was this past Saturday. It was a great success. We had, we'll have more exact numbers for you at the next meeting, but it was, I'm pretty sure, well over 700 attendees. And I just wanted to publicly give a thanks to all of our volunteers that came out from the park board, the police department, from U of M Impact at Home program, as well as other friends and family that came and residents that came out to volunteer. We had the most hardworking volunteers this fall festival. I also want to give a thanks to our sponsors, the Artichoke Foundation, who is owned by the former Jack Aronson and his family, as well as Vibe Credit Union, Western Market, and I know I'm forgetting someone else, but I just want to give thanks to everybody that participated, came out and helped sponsor. We also have an event coming up on Friday, October 22nd. It's the Not So Spooky Movie in the Park. We'll be having the movie at Harding Park, and we'll be showing a variety of Disney-themed Halloween shorts. We also partnered with Ferndale Public Schools PTA to host a trunk or treat prior to the movie, and that starts at 6:30 with the movie showing at 8:00 p.m. We encourage costumes, but you don't have to wear a costume to come, and the event is totally free. We will have some refreshments and s'mores for sale. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, Lorena and staff, and that'll conclude our comments for the night.
Thank you. All right, moving on to call the council for council. I'm going to start with Kat Bruder-James tonight.
Oh, of course you would. I was just sitting here thinking through what I want to chat about this evening. Sort of going back almost 2 weeks now, we hosted a community conversation, just sort of talking about what the master land use plan is, what the strategic plan is, where to find them, what they mean, and sort of queuing up the discussion for the revision of the master land use plan, as well as the Parks and Rec plan and the climate action plan. That video of that discussion, which by the way was a really enjoyable discussion. I really enjoyed the residents who came out and chatted with us. We recorded it, so that video is going to be available. I think it's available on YouTube right now, on the city's YouTube, and I'll start pushing it out on at least my social media accounts that I manage, so that folks can watch that if they're interested. I did want to just sort of circle back and make a few comments about some things that were on the agenda today. I didn't want to prolong the discussion since there was so much on the agenda, but now that it's done, I'm just holding staff and other elected officials hostage, so I'll say my piece. Kulik is a really, really, really tough issue. And I'm a little bit afraid that some of the nuance in that decision, or lack of a decision, because there really was no decision tonight, I think was lost a little bit. I know that for me personally, I don't feel comfortable recommending to my colleagues or voting in favor of spending an unknown amount of money while we still have two really significant reports pending. One being the boiler room roof report, which is a huge unknown, and the overall facilities assessment report, which takes into account, you know, all of the facilities that belong to the city. And just personally, I didn't feel comfortable recommending a large investment without having more information about sort of the totality of the situation. When we obtain more information, I have every intent of reviewing it carefully and reassessing if there, you know, if my heart is moved profoundly one way or the other. But the other thing that I sort of wanted to note is that there were a couple of analogies about sort of caring for our own aging house. I've got a 98-year-old house myself, or maybe 97, but at any rate, the analogies on one hand were apt, but on the other hand would have been a bit more accurate if you thought of it in terms of you inherited a lease from your parents. It's a great lease. You get to live there rent-free, but the house is starting to fall apart around you. Do you make the investment of completely rehabbing the house on the hope that at some point maybe the landlord's going to hand over the deed? They've indicated that they might, but there are all kinds of reasons why you can't set the closing date yet. I submit that that's the question that people need to ask themselves. And I mean that quite sincerely. If you were in that position, what would you do? And it's a tough decision because we care about the house. We have a lot of good memories there. We'd like to stay there. But what would you do in that position? Oh, lastly, I know we're all sick of talking about marijuana. But one thing that I did look up during the discussion today was just to sort of remind myself sort of, you know, why part of the reason that we're doing this at all is because Michigan voters authorized the use of recreational marijuana. Ferndale voters, they did more than authorize it, man. They came out in droves to vote in favor of recreational marijuana. I had the numbers up in front of me, I closed it, but it was something like 6,500 voters favored Proposal 1 in 2018, and like 1,200, wait, did I say that right? 6,500 favored it, something like 1,200 opposed it. That doesn't necessarily mean that they wanted, you know, a huge proliferation in our community. I'm not making a complete comparison that means marijuana on every street corner, but I did sort of want to frame the issue that our community seems to favor this and probably wants to have access to this service and probably wants to have some level of competition in their local marketplace. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's it for me tonight. Sorry that I was so lengthy. But aren't you glad I saved it till the end for those of you that have logged off and aren't listening anyway?
Councilwoman Mikulski. So since you talked about the COLIC, I'm going to talk about the COLIC as well. And I will try to keep this brief. I am so disappointed and I am so frustrated. And I wish that I could have said it during the time that there were people here that were actually listening, because like you, I know they're off by now. We need a community center. We need it. It's embarrassing that our seniors are going over to Hazel Park because we don't have a community center. I am embarrassed that the state of the building is the way that it is, and that is not because of one storm. We know that. And we had a lease, and in that lease, it stated that we were supposed to maintain the building, and we didn't. And that's it. And I'm very frustrated. I want to see that building back to habitability, at least in the interim. I can recognize that the recommendations from that group that did the task force study, that they wanted everything, and I understand that they want everything, and I understand that the facility doesn't meet our needs. It's a long-term goal, and that's a place that we can get to. But in the interim, I feel like we've inch by inch gotten to a state where we're more and more amenable to just walking away from it. And it didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen because of that storm. And we're now at a state where an entire area, as well as the rest of the city, feels like we disinvested bit by bit until we had to shutter it. And that's not acceptable, and I'm disappointed, quite frankly. And that's all I have to say about it, and that's all I have to say tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Polika.
Well, first, I would like to recognize today is Indigenous Peoples Day. This is the 6th year that Ferndale, the city of Ferndale, is recognizing today as Indigenous Peoples Day. I'm very proud that I was the one back in 2016 to bring that resolution to council, and we unanimously approved it. And in observance of Indigenous Peoples Day, I'd like to acknowledge those people who came before us and honor the Anishinaabe, thank you, Potawatomi, and Peoria peoples on whose traditional lands we are gathered. The other thing I would like to state is I'd like to give my condolences to the Davis family, Jeannie Davis, Tim Davis, and Ted Davis. Lori Davis passed away unexpectedly last Monday, October 4th. She lived here in Ferndale on Browning, was very active in the community in regards to, she was a real estate agent. A lot of the homes that she sold here were in Ferndale, so you may have recognized her. She always had the ad on the back of Ferndale Friends. She was energetic, vibrant, she was brash and opinionated. But she had a heart bigger than her chest. She was just a wonderful, wonderful woman. And so I just want to let everybody know that she indeed passed away, and give my condolences to Jeannie Davis and her family. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I was going to read the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, but you beat me to that.
I stole your thunder.
But I will echo the sentiment to the Davis family. My heart goes out to your family, Jeannie, and I'm just was sorry to hear about Lori, and my offer still stands that if you need me for anything, please reach out. That's it. That's all I have for tonight.
I just wanted to iterate how many issues we have coming towards council, very complicated and tough issues that we're dealing with. Right now, between the Civil Service Board, the Kulik Center, all of our facilities, the master planning process, it's a really intense time. And I would say how I view it is it's a reflection of changing times, and maybe a different way of thinking about making investments in our community in the past. I think the Kulik Center was a good deal until it wasn't. And I got onto council in 2011 when we cut a significant portion of staff, and the Parks and Rec Department almost got cut entirely. So almost for 8 years, we lived in austerity. And the Parks and Rec Department took 35% budget cuts and lived with that for like 5 years. So we didn't have a lot of money to invest in overhauling our buildings. And I think end of useful life versus maintenance. We have been paying a lot of maintenance on the Kulik Center, and I think Councilwoman James said it appropriately. And I think council, at least for me, I'm interested in figuring out how to make it work if we own the building. And I see it as efficient taxpayer usage of efficient taxpayer dollars. You know, when saying that we're going to use taxpayer dollars wisely is used as a statement, but yet we don't own the building and not guaranteed that our investment of those taxpayer dollars will actually be ours in the end. To me, doesn't pass the test of efficiently using taxpayer dollars because we're investing in something we don't own. And this has been the agreement for the last 25 years with the Kulik Center. And I think we are coming to the point of determining the strategic questions of the long term and what to do. And it's unfortunate that the building is in this state for a variety of reasons for that. So you've got commitment from me to listen to our community about what the next steps are going to be, and I've always said I'm waiting for this report to become, but at the end of the day, structural safety is paramount to me, probably to our fire department as well, and making sure that people are safe when they use the building. But again, I go back to, we have complicated issues up here on council, and I think we're all committed individuals and intentional in and being thoughtful about how to go about problem solving. So thank you everybody tonight for your participation. I look forward to working with all of you going forward on these hard issues, and working with our community to find the right path forward. So with that, thank you, and we are adjourning at 11:05. Thank you.
Recording stopped.